from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London.
Can I welcome members and officers of the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly plenary meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphone, which must be turned on to speak and turned off when finished. Now, can I ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies today from Assembly Member Moema.
Okay. Now can I provide an update of some recent Assembly activity? Since we met for last week's plenary on the draft budget, we have scrutinised the Mayor's draft consolidated budget for 26/27 at a plenary session. The Environment Committee has held a forum with a wide range of environmental stakeholders in London's living room, asking attendees what London's environmental priorities should be. The Economy and Culture and Skills Committee met to understand the pros and cons of community banks in London. Can I now move on to item 2, which is declarations of interest? Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out in item 2? Can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interest or other relevant interests where they relate to items on the agenda for today's meeting? There are none. Okay, I'm moving on to the minutes. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held on the 15th of January to be signed by me as a correct record? Can I bring in Assembly Member Turrell?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to flag something from the previous meeting, which is in response to my question about extending the DLR to Belvedere, not just Thamesmead. The Mayor remarked that he would like to, but that the Council, implying Bexley Council, were unsupportive. I didn't pick this up in the meeting, but that is factually incorrect. It is a matter of public record that Bexley Council are in full support of bringing the DLR to Belvedere. This is in both their public consultation response and letters they have sent to both the Mayor, the Government and myself as local Assembly member have presided over a meeting between Bexley Council and TfL to discuss working together on this. So as much as I can't correct what the Mayor said, I did just want to have it on the record that was a factually incorrect statement.
Okay, can we replace that? That will go on the record for this meeting. Can we move to correct what was said in people's names at that meeting on the 15th of January? Is that agreed? Thank you very much. Question and answer session now for Fire Rescue Services. Welcome. Welcome to Jules Pipe, CBE, Deputy Mayor for Planning Regeneration and the Fire Service. We get value for money out of these Deputy Mayors, I suspect, or the Mayor tries to. But equally, and more importantly, it's Jonathan Smith's first attendance at today's meeting, and Jonathan is the London Fire Commissioner. There will be a lead-off question from me as Chair to both Assembly, to you both. Assembly members will then put supplementary questions to you. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from and when they put their question. Guests, we'd be grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all the questions we have for you. The lead-off question for me is, what do you see as the greatest risk facing fire safety in London today, and what actions are being taken to mitigate it? And we start with the Deputy Mayor. You don't want me to start with the Deputy Mayor?
We'd already agreed that John would kick off, sorry. If that's okay with the Chair. And
I think we're relaxed our end.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the warm welcome. And I think it's on. Do I need to lean a bit further forward? Is that part of the problem?
Press the button.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Right. I will use this as my starting position. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, for the warm welcome. In essence, your question actually goes to the challenge that we face as an organisation at the moment, in as much as the Fire and Rescue Service in London and actually elsewhere, but particularly in London, faces a multiplicity of risks at the moment, and fire risks in particular. So if we were having this conversation 5 and certainly 10 years ago, we would not be having a conversation about wildfire. We would not be having a conversation about lithium-ion batteries and e-bikes and e-scooters and electric vehicles more broadly. But if I think since I've taken over as Commissioner on the 1st of July last year, the first thing we had to do was to make sure the organisation was still postured appropriately to deal with what we knew was going to be a very, very busy wildfire summer period, which has now become, to use that phrase, the new normal. You know, we did a record number of wildfires over the summer period since the very difficult summer that we had in 2022, when the fire brigade had to look very closely at our provision around wildfire, because we'd always had significant grassland fires. That had always been an issue that we'd dealt with historically, but the nature of the extreme weather and what we're now seeing on a regular basis throughout not just the summer period, but then going into flooding in the autumn and winter is now the new normal for the London Fire Brigade. And we've had to purchase 4 new wildfire vehicles that during the summer will provide wildfire capability, and then during the autumn and winter will provide an off-road capability that will also deal with flooding. Then when we look at things like e-bikes and e-scooters, last year we did a record number of e-bike and e-scooter fires. It was over 200. Now, some comparisons. Back in 2020, the numbers of e-bike and e-scooter fires that we did was about 20, 25, I think, was the number that we did. We did over 200 last year. So this is a risk that continues to develop and develop at pace. We're also dealing with the most complicated built environment that we're working with partners to make sure we're continuing to regulate in the right way. But London continues to grow at height, has complexity at surface level, and also has significant complexity subsurface, which we need to keep on top of. And if you look at the events that we saw in Switzerland in particular, with the fire in the nightclub, which was subterranean, again, that's just a reminder of the type of environment that our firefighters are operating in London in particular. And some statistics for you. You know, we're rescuing 6 Londoners a day at the moment from a whole range of rescue scenarios. Every third day we're pulling a Londoner out of a fire situation. We're doing an e-bike or e-scooter fire every other day. We're very close to averaging 1 high-rise fire per day. So the operational pressure on the organisation is significant because of the variety of incident types that we now expect a modern fire and rescue service to deal with, particularly one that's based in a global city like London. Then overlay on top of that challenges around international and domestic terrorism, an international picture that continues to remain unstable. We have to make sure that the organisation is ready to deal with any of those ripples as they present themselves on the streets of London. So just to round my answer off, that's why in our budget submission that we presented to the Budget and Performance Committee at the end of last year, and has obviously been taken forward, we're investing in our modern firefighting strategy, because the only way we can keep pace with the changing nature of not only fire risk, but risk more broadly within London is through quality operational training, and we have to have much more agility in our ability to move at pace, because that's the big thing for me, is it's how quickly risk continues to change and continues to develop in the 21st century, and the Fire and Rescue Service with responsibility for London has to keep pace with that changing nature of risk. So there's no one thing to answer your question, Chair. What we have is a multiplicity of risks, not just fire risks, but right across the board. And we have to have more agility in the organisation to respond to those risks in a way we simply didn't need 5, 10, 15 years ago. And I'll pause there and allow the Deputy Mayor to come in. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I would endorse all that list of risks that John has outlined. Clearly, they're very outward-facing risks on the ground within London. I think there are things that aren't risks for the fire brigade, but they're certainly priorities. Clearly, there are ongoing issues that the brigade is working very hard to resolve. Things like the workplace culture obviously remains a priority for the Mayor, and under John's leadership there's continuing progress, continuing the great work that Andy Rowe did before him. You know, we're going to continue to work to make sure that everything that the brigade does continues to be guided by the key risks set out in the community risk management plan, as well as looking at all the new risks coming forward. But I say we're mindful that there are a lot of priorities within the brigade, such as culture, such as the ongoing budget challenges that are prioritised, as well as the actual day-to-day work of rescuing Londoners and keeping them protected.
Thank you. Let's move off to the first questions from the political groups. It's Assembly Member Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning, Jonathan and Jules. Jonathan, thank you for so neatly setting out all of the the very top issues facing the brigade and the emerging threats, which indeed, even in my time on this assembly, we've seen the risk of lithium-ion batteries, the built environment. We've seen that all unfold in front of us, and including wildfires and flooding. So when we think about changing weather, particularly summertime, you described the flooding and the fires. How are firefighters being trained to combat those emergencies?
Thank you for the question. So in essence, after the summer of 2022, we did a major incident review because that summer and one particular day, 19th of July in 2022, will live long in the memory because of the challenge that was laid down and how we had to respond. Firefighters operating in 40, 41 degree heat. We had 15 significant incidents spread right across the whole geography of the capital. We were unable to call in national resilience assets from other services, particularly our home counties services, because they were also struggling with climate-related issues in their own services. So we were put under significant strain. And it made us think very differently about how we deploy our resources to wildfire. What we've now got is the 4 wildfire vehicles that I was responding to before. Now, up and post-2022, we were actually leasing those in. We've now purchased them because we now know this is something that we're going to have to continue to reconcile and deal with over the next few years. We rolled out a whole package of training to all of our firefighters. We've got specialist wildfire tactical advisors now, which also deploy nationally as well as within London. So we've actually got significant expertise within London Fire Brigade now to deal with wildfire in a way that we simply didn't have five years ago. And that's been last summer proved that to me, because we had over 100 significant wildfires over that summer period from June really up until mid-September. And we had no significant loss of life. Well, we had no loss of life at all. We had no significant injuries, and we had no damage to property other than the immediate vicinity of the fire. When you compare that to where we were in 2022, when we had whole streets of 41 properties that were severely damaged by wildfire, that demonstrates that actually the changes that we've made are actually playing out now in terms of how we're responding to these incidents. But it's something we're going to have to keep coming back to time and time again, because indeed their wildfire will continue to change, it will continue to develop, and we need to make sure that we're keeping pace with it.
Thank you for that. I mean, 100 significant wildfires is a huge number. If we think about that, just in our city, to have 100 wildfires in a place like London that we think of as being heavily built up. Jules, I'm going to come to you. Your role is quite significant because you cover both planning and the built environment, but also fire, which seem to sometimes go hand in hand, actually. What work are you doing with local authorities to ensure that they understand how to reduce the risk of wildfires and flooding?
Yeah, I should point out that, though, there is a lacuna in what I cover, which is I don't cover building safety. That is with housing. Clearly, that is covered by housing design and design guidance, and it is something that we will be looking at the plan in this forthcoming plan, particularly for outer London boroughs, most of all where they're most affected by their proximity to open scrubland. I would also add, though, to what the Commissioner said, that I think a similar story can be told about the preparedness, both in equipment and training, in relation to flooding as well, which again is hand in hand with the fire risk threat, are both obviously climate-driven.
And Jonathan, when it comes to the LFB, what work are you doing with local authorities to ensure that they're doing their part to prevent flooding and wildfires?
Well, interestingly, we're just about to write out to local authorities in preparation for the summer that we anticipate coming forward, because this is exactly what we did last year. So one really good example was the wildfire that we faced in Dagenham, and we had already written to the local borough council and they'd already put in fire breaks, which meant when the fire actually occurred, we were already in a very, very good position because fire breaks had already been artificially created in that area, which prevented significant spread, and we were able to bring it under control. That type of approach is why we've got borough risk management plans, that we're able to take a really localised approach, particularly to things like wildfire, which is different. Clearly, that's very different. If you're out in Wellington or if you're out on the border areas, it's going to be different because that rural-urban interface is different to what it would look like in the centre of London. So we need to have a localised approach to that. Our borough commanders working very closely with the chief executives in the London boroughs to make sure they're doing everything that they can to give ourselves a fighting chance to prevent these fires from occurring in the first place. And if they do occur, then actually the damage is mitigated through that proactive action, and that has to continue.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Hall.
Morning, both. My first question is to the Deputy Mayor, please. For as long as I can remember, we have all been going on about the amount of money that can be saved by co-location. You're nodding, of course. For the last 10 years, specifically on the Assembly, we've been talking about it, and yet nothing seems to happen. And it would save a great deal of money. It would also give an asset to the police, where they're closing counters left, right and centre. It could well be a good situation if we could put police in fire stations. Can you give me your thoughts on that, please?
Thank you, Assemblymember. Yeah, I agree, always have agreed that it would be better, it would be ideal if we could co-locate more services, and that goes across the whole of kind of local government. There are all sorts of combinations one could make have a better arrangement than what we currently have. But it's one of those things that you wouldn't start from here. We are where we are. And to make that change would require quite a lot of pump priming that no public service has. We've discussed before in the FAR committees that one can identify a better, more cost-effective location to run some services from, and it could be an opportunity to co-locate different services. But the money yielded from the redevelopment of the former sites is insufficient to buy that new site and develop that new site to the spec that would be needed for the new services. So if at the end of the day it isn't practically self-funding, these things don't happen, and that is across the board, I think, in public services, whether it be the health service, ambulance service, co-locating any services. I think at the end of the day, you're always looking for the sites that you will end up selling off to fund that new development in perhaps the better location with better running costs. But again, I suppose the better running costs could make a contribution in the long term as well. But that's all part of the funding stack that you'd have to look at to try and make it work. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't happen.
I know, but everybody agrees with it and nobody does anything about it. And I just think we're getting to a crisis level.
I'd like to reassure you that it's always considered, but often ruled out because it doesn't stack up. There's still a funding gap. I think where there might be opportunities going forward is obviously as London grows, and there are whole new sections of London built out, and here at the docks, for example, when you're adding sort of 10, 20,000 homes, new towns, that kind of thing, with developments coming forward of that kind of size and requiring coverage from the fire brigade, for instance, and one has to consider new stations. Perhaps in certain circumstances, the coverage would be better achieved, perfectly achieved to maintain attendance times in actually shifting a station that would serve both its existing area and the new area better. And in those circumstances, on paper, it may be a better cost-effective solution than building a whole new standalone station. So there could be
I'm not
going
actually
forward.
suggesting that. I'm suggesting that perhaps the blue light services could be accommodated in various areas. What's happened to Purley? Do we still have co-location there? We do?
Yes, we do, Assemblymember Hall. So Purley's actually been quite a successful example of the type of thing that I think that you're referring to, that we want to see, but particularly community policing teams on fire stations.
Yeah.
I think there's a natural synergy there that we can say. So the Purley example has worked well. We can do it. I think the Met Police have identified 4 or 5 sites that we've been able to put forward that could be the new Purley in terms of taking that forward. And I'm very keen to do just to build on what the Deputy Mayor was saying. I'm very keen to see our assets and our fire stations used much more than they are by, whether it's by policing or other colleagues who want to use it, and we're keen to see that forward. But Purley has worked, so it's proved the concept, so let's see if we can do
Okay, well,
more.
I'm pleased to hear that, because I had heard that Purley just wasn't functioning anymore, but I'm sure my colleague will look into that as it's his area. I will come back to this, because I think it's ridiculous. We've got buildings everywhere and we've got virtually no police stations left. To me, that would wash its face. But anyway, I need to go on, if I can. Electrifications of the fire engines. When do we assume that we're going to have that? Not that I'm advocating for it. I think it's a bloody ridiculous idea. But since everybody seems to think it's the green thing to do, put very, very, very heavy vehicles on the road that then have to take ages to charge, where are we with that?
Well, we've currently got the country's first zero emissions pumping appliance, or ZEPA, currently operating at Hammersmith Fire Station, and actually that's been deployed operationally over the last few weeks and months. And actually, what we're getting back is that actually the technology now has evolved to a point where now we think that this is something that we continue to develop. Now, in terms of electrification of the full fleet, particularly our pumping appliances, there are challenges there. And this is still new and emerging technology, because you can have battery storage which enables a heavy goods vehicle to go from A to B. The issue we always face is the pumping, as you rightly say. Now we're still testing the ZEPA appliance at Hammersmith, and we need to make sure that operationally it works and it gives us what we require. And at the moment, the feedback is that it's encouraging, but this is still emerging technology, and this is the challenge. The ambition is electrification of the fleet, but we need the technology to keep up with that and make sure that it delivers the operational requirements. So we're still testing. We'll have to see what comes out from this testing of the ZEPA at Hammersmith. And if it's successful, then we would look to expand, but it's got to work operationally for obvious reasons.
I'm running out of time. Just tell me, how much extra weight would it put on a pumping appliance?
I would have to come back with the exact weight measurements, but they're heavier because of the battery storage. But I'd have to come back with a written answer. That's exactly my
point. When we've got bridges in London falling apart, and that extra weight only has to be looked at. I'm running out of time. It's an interesting issue, and I'm sure I'll come back to it. Thank you, Chairman.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you. Good morning. Presumably on that last question, the reason why we're decarbonising our fleet is because of the climate crisis, wildfires and floods. Can you remind me how bad the wildfires were recently, or the heat risk a few years ago?
Well, we did over 100 wildfires this particular summer, and the challenge we faced back in 2022 was extraordinary. You know, we've never seen firefighters operating in 41, 42 degree heat. To have 15 significant incidents spread right across the geography of London tested our operational capacity to its maximum. So we know that this is an issue. We know that climate-related extreme weather is something we're going to have to contend with as an organisation, and make sure we posture the London Fire Brigade accordingly to deal with it. So it's a real and present issue for us, as it is for fire and rescue services, not just in this country, but everywhere.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Deputy Mayor, so as Chair of the Fire Committee yesterday, I released a report called Exposure to Fire Contaminants in London, a Hidden Growing Risk, obviously our cross-party Fire Committee report. It had various recommendations, but one of the kind of key themes through it was actually that the Fire Brigade Union recognised that the London Fire Brigade are actually at the forefront of a lot of this decontamination work, and to recognise the good work that's happening. But also, as I'm sure I know the Commissioner does, and the Fire Brigade do, to recognise the work that still needs to be done, particularly some of the cultural stuff. I want to ask you about procurement. So a lot of the things that came up in the investigation were about long-standing challenges, so PPE, fire stations, station designs. How will you ensure that the Fire Brigade's making the necessary due diligence around its procurement?
Well, I mean, keeping firefighters safe at work is an absolutely key priority. We understand, obviously, that they're facing exposure to hazardous contaminants, and historically there have been those such hazardous substances within some of the, chemicals and fire retardants that they use. All through part of their regular duties. And I think it's great that the Fire Committee did this work, and I thank you for the report, looking at it in depth. I think it's reassuring, though, that the LFB has implemented the key recommendations of the FBU guidance about minimising firefighters' exposure to such as toxic fire effluents, and also that there's been a whole number of measures called for by the decon campaigners as well. I mean, obviously, John can go into detail on that. But obviously, my role is to hold the LFB to account and making sure that they take appropriate action to protect firefighters, whether it's through day-to-day or through future planning and procurement. And those are the kind of discussions that I would have with John and the team at our board meetings. I mean, John would have the detail on specific procurement, though.
Did you want to come in, Commissioner?
Well, when it comes to PPE, for example, which is one of the main ways that we stop contaminants getting onto the skin of firefighters and causing the issues that we see, is we're part of a national procurement. So we're part of a national procurement of PPE, which makes complete sense, because why would you have 44 different versions of PPE across the country? Now, interestingly enough, I was in Scotland last week because we were running trials of the new PPE, and we had 20 London firefighters up there effectively take over Scotland Fire and Rescue Services training venue to put the PPE through its tests, and I personally went there because this is a key priority for me, that we get the PPE right. I think it is going to look different to what we've currently got, because at the moment we've got a one-size-fits-all. So we've got compartment firefighting PPE, when actually that accounts for about 10% of an operational firefighter's time. So actually I think we'll move to a technical rescue capability. I mean, why have I got two sets of firefighting PPE if I'm having to put a breathing apparatus set on something that's gone very, very badly wrong indeed? So I think we can be much smarter in terms of how we're using our PPE, making sure that frontline firefighters have got more structural firefighting gear, which means it can be washed more, which means there's more availability. And actually for the technical rescue work, as I was saying right at the beginning in my first answer, which is accounting for around sort of 80–90% of our workload now, they've got PPE that's appropriate. But we need to be part of that national procurement, because there's economies of scale that come into it. It means we can do it in the right way. But this is a key priority for me.
Makes sense, thank you. And Deputy Mayor, so walking around fire stations, for instance, it was obvious that some of the older fire stations weren't built in terms of the design of it to be great for decontamination policy, whereas for newer fire stations, it had been literally designed into the building of the station. So there's conversations about retrofit, for instance, and we know that stations need retrofitting anyway for various reasons. What conversations are you having with the LFB around decon policy in the context of LFB budgets?
Well, it's been part and parcel of the ongoing conversations we've been having about making the stations fit for purpose, and the investment that we've been putting in, whether it's from energy supplies through to dignity at work, and just the general standards of the station. And obviously the showering facilities and decontamination and washing of kit is all part and parcel of that.
Great. And something that came up over and over again was the lack of research in this area, largely because we're talking about kind of whole lifespans of people retiring and then what happens. Would you consider commissioning a longitudinal study and maybe working with someone like the NHS or partnering with a medical body?
Happy to take that away and look at that.
Great. Would you be happy to write to me about it? Fantastic. And Commissioner, how are you holding the brigade to account on meeting the new and changing demands around decontamination?
That is actually the key to this, if I'm honest, Assemblymember Polanski, because a lot of this is actually a cultural shift. It's a culture, and I say that as a firefighter myself. If I think what I used to do 25 years ago, where you'd often go to a car fire or a motorbike fire and you wouldn't wear breathing apparatus and you'd see it as a badge of honour, you'd end up getting covered in all sorts of muck. When I was a flexi-duty officer, I can remember going out to incidents and then putting my fire gear in the back of the car, and then the next day I'd have my kids in the back of the car, and I look at that now with horror. Because we know what we know now. And what we have to see is that cultural shift right across the sector, which including in London Fire Brigade. And now when you go onto fire stations, making sure people are showering properly, they're washing their hands, there's an awful lot you can do that's within our gift. And it's around this cultural shift. So what we're saying to firefighters, what we're saying to officers now, is that you need to think very, very carefully about your own personal health and that of your colleagues, and actually making sure you're showering properly, you're washing your hands, you're putting your kit in for washing on a regular basis. Incident commanders planning relief crews coming in early to make sure that we can recycle firefighters through particularly a protracted incident. All of that is now happening now. It's embedded within our policy, and I know Assembly members have been to fire stations and had a look at what we're doing. I think there's still more work for us to do. This is something we have to keep coming back to time and time again, but I can see a real cultural shift, certainly from where we've been 20, 25 years ago, and that just has to continue.
And just to place on record, I'm sure I can speak for the committee, the appreciation of the work of the firefighters and staff that we were meeting to push at the front of this policy. The committee recommended government establish a UK-wide firefighter exposure and health monitoring programme by the start of 2027. Would you support this?
Well, I think as you alluded to in the original question, we're still wanting to see more research, we're still wanting to see more information. So I think anything that gives us more scientific evidence that we can really understand what the science is telling us and what more we can do, we would certainly welcome. So that would definitely be something I'd be keen to take away and have a look at. And I think the more we can really study this, the more that we can understand what the science is telling us, both in terms of contaminants, but things like lifestyle, shift patterns, a whole range of other things that also come into the conversation. I think the more we can know about that, we can then take the necessary actions from our end to try and keep our firefighters as safe as we possibly can.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. Jonathan, I'm going to be asking most of my questions to you, and Deputy Mayor's very happy to come in if he needs to. And they're both on subject areas that that I'm going to talk on lithium-ion batteries and culture. On New Year's Day 2023, Sophia Durarte died in a fire started by a converted e-bike in an HMO on Old Kent Road. Can you confirm that HMO licensing for that property, an HMO licence had been issued without a valid fire risk assessment?
So I would need to double-check the detail of that particular question, Assembly Member Bakari. My understanding of that particular situation, actually that case that you refer to was the real kickstart in terms of our Charge Safe campaign, which I know you've been very a passionate supporter of. In terms of the circumstances around the HMO itself, and of course that fire, the real tragedy of that fire was that that bike didn't belong to that particular individual, and it was housed in an area that caused the issues. But the actual detail of the question, was there a valid fire risk
assessment on that property?
I would need to come back and give you a written response just to make sure that I confirm my understanding of it.
Are you concerned, and are you aware of any other instances where HMO licences were issued without proper fire risk assessments? And is this a widespread threat that you think we should be concerned about in London?
Well, I think making sure that we're keeping abreast of the complicated built environment, and HMOs certainly fall into that category, and making sure the regulation is where it needs to be is a key priority for us. Working with, the landlords, the housing associations to make sure that people are living in safe conditions is something that our fire protection teams are completely committed to doing and making sure we do it. Of course, the responsibility does sit with the responsible persons to make sure that the fire risk assessments, as you say, have been carried out correctly. What more the fire brigade can do to continue to support that is always something we would need to look at. But this is part of a broader question around the built environment in London and making sure that we are where we need to be, making sure that housing in particular is as safe as it possibly can be.
And you've mentioned this before, but over 140 lithium-ion battery fires have occurred in London in 2025 alone, mostly in lower income boroughs like Lewisham, Tower Hamlets, Hackney, Newham. How do you think that you have the budget to have the necessary means to do prevention work as well as outreach work in this area?
In terms of the budget position, I'm as confident as you ever can be in this situation that we've got the resource that we require to deal with the risks that we're currently facing. Now, could we always do with more? Is there more we can do? Of course there is. In terms of e-bikes and e-scooters in particular, I think the London Fire Brigade has been at the forefront of driving this forward. We lobbied very hard government around the introduction of the Product Regulation and Metrology Act, which came into force last year. But what we're really pushing for is the secondary legislation, which then enables us to take that forward. I raised that directly with the Director General of MHCLG a couple of weeks ago in a one-to-one, and she was going to take that away because we've been lobbying very hard for legislation change, because that's key to this. But now we want to see that secondary legislation come forward so that we can really push this. And then in terms of what's in our own gift, the whole Charge Safe campaign and making sure that that is at the forefront of people's thinking. I did a big piece of work at Piccadilly Circus in the Christmas period in the lead up to Black Friday to make sure that people were buying from reputable organisations. They weren't using counterfeit products. being very careful about anything that they bought online. And we have to keep coming back to it because, as I said right in my opening remarks, e-bike, e-scooters, lithium-ion batteries, modern technology, this is becoming the new normal for us in terms of... Someone put it to me brilliantly the other day when they said that lithium-ion batteries now are the new chip pan. They're the new chip pan fire in terms of what we're dealing with as an organisation, and that's just something we have to reflect in our organisational posture.
And I pushed you on making sure that there was a public awareness campaign on this. The thing is, I've been talking to experts on the conversion kits because, as you say, there are reputable e-bikes, but conversion kits are the key risk. And some experts are telling me that they would support a total ban on conversion kits. What do you think?
Well, I can understand where that's coming from. In terms, if I look at the risk, what we're seeing, the bulk of them are from conversion kits. That's absolutely right. It would be something we'd have to think about very carefully in terms of an outright ban, because we really need to understand.
Currently, right now, not supporting a ban, but thinking about it.
Well, we'd need to understand the science. That's the key thing for me. And as you say, there are reputable manufacturers out there. This is a technology that's not going away anywhere. But we need to make sure it's regulated properly. That's the key for me. It has to be regulated properly, which is why we pushed for the change in legislation, and that has to continue.
Until that time, though, we're at a risk, like you're saying, one a day, people being rescued by these particular fires caused by adapted e-bikes. We have to be really clear on that.
Yep.
You've often said things like barbecues aren't safe, and you've been really clear about that. But the conversion kits, you're still going to wait until you have further evidence.
Well, I think it's where the legislation has to come in. I mean, for me, it's around the regulation and the legislation. And I think if we get that right, then we can make sure we're making the right decisions. Because we know this technology is not going away. We know people are going to rely on this technology, but it has to be regulated properly. And I think once we concentrate on getting that bit right, I think everything else flows from there.
And on to culture. You know that I've been talking about this a lot. The Mayor thinks that we need a review of the Met's progress on addressing institutional racism and misogyny identified by the case review, and he's appointed Dr Fairfield to carry that out, which is a good thing. But seems reluctant to do a review on the LSB's progress since Nazir Afzal's review. Now, I've talked to Nazir Afzal, and he agrees that there does need to be a review in that progress. Do you agree with the Mayor, or do you agree with Nazir Afzal?
Well, I think my position there is that our progress on culture is going to be reviewed this year because we've got the inspectorate coming in. So they begin their inspection in the summer period, and then that will be carried on throughout the rest of the year. And the inspectorate have actually got a very good methodology when it comes to not only assessing our progress on culture, but right across the rest of the organisation. And of course, it was the inspectorate that put us into engage measures in the immediate aftermath for all the right reasons, in the aftermath of the culture review itself. And then there was a whole period of time where we were in FPOG, so we were essentially under enhanced monitoring, and then the HMI reviewed us again after that and then lifted us out of those engage measures. So in terms of our progress, both in terms of the culture review itself, but culture improvement more broadly, we are going to be having a significant review of our progress, which of course the Assembly will be able to see once we get the report.
That will be an internal
from
review, though.
From the HMI. Well, the HMI are independent. They're independent of the London Fire Brigade. They are essentially, I mean, they're not quite a regulator yet, but they are our main inspector.
You've spent £600,000 on external legal fees to deal with culture issues, and that's not including damages that could have been paid out to claimants at tribunals. So there is a cost to this. But I want to move on to another recommendation from the Nazir Afzal review, which was to require Firefighter to disclose Freemason membership. And the Met's done this. When will you follow suit? What have you got to hide?
Well, there's nothing to hide. I mean, we have a declaration of interest policy which actually came directly from the Nazir Afzal review. So we have a declarations of interest policy.
Are you going to do it?
Which includes we're doing it now. So every year I have to do a declaration.
So everyone discloses whether they're a member of the Freemasons?
They do through the declaration of interest process. I mean, I've always been very clear. I do a declaration of interest form because at head of service level and above, you have to do that every year. I do mine every year. Senior officer promotions, there has to be a declaration of interest form that's complete. And I'm always very clear, I am not a Freemason.
So you're not a Freemason?
No.
Have you ever been a Freemason?
No.
Do you know any members of the Freemasons?
And I've never been asked.
How do you know? Do you know members of the Freemasons?
Well, will I have come across anyone who's a Freemason? Probably.
Is this
but
appropriate
I'm not,
for us to?
What about your
ask this
previous
kind of question?
colleagues and the commissioner? Was he a Freemason?
So just so I can be absolutely clear, Chair, if that's okay. So we have a declarations of interest.
You haven't answered
policy.
my question.
Well, so I genuinely don't know.
know.
So the only thing I can say is my own personal circumstances. My declarations of interest form is a pretty dull read because there's nothing on it. I am not a Freemason. I've never been a Freemason.
You don't know if your previous. You don't know if your previous commissioner was.
Can I just step in? You either allow the Commissioner to answer the question, you're constantly interrupting. I've raised it before at previous meetings. I'm not picking on you, but I'm saying it generally to members. Do not interrupt. Allow the person your question. Allow the person. Don't talk over me.
Yeah.
Don't talk over me. I will give you some time back, but allow the person to answer the question. Jonathan, do you want to continue to answer the question? I think you have answered it.
Well,
but
just to very quickly round it off, if I can, Chair. So we have a declarations of interest policy, which I am very, very proud of, and it's robust, and it does actually what the Nazir Afzal report recommended that we do. I'm all for the transparency. We're looking at what's happening with the Metropolitan Police at the moment very, very closely, because, of course, that's under judicial review. So although I'm very supportive of what Sir Mark Rowley is doing there, we will obviously keep an eye on that and see if there's more we can do. But from our own perspective, I'm always very, very clear about my position. We have to do a declarations of interest, which includes membership of Freemasonry at heads of service and above. When we're doing big decisions around procurement or recruitment, that's all included. So I think we're as robust as we possibly can be. If there's more we can do, I'm interested to see what the Met Police are going to do more, and within the law, absolutely, then we'll do it.
We still don't know if your previous commissioner was a Freemason, though, do we?
Thank you very much. We can continue this in writing if the member chooses to wish to do so. Let's move on to Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a Freemason, but I know that actually on the council you have to declare that as well. So, and I hope that all those that have done their declarations. But what I'll do, though, Commissioners, I'll show you what the handshake is. So next time you shake hands with Andy, you'll know whether or not he's a Freemason. Can I, on a much more serious note, unfortunately, talk about Wennington? This is to both, because I don't suspect either of you will have the answer. But would you be able to, in writing, please, give me an update on the number of fires attended by the LFB at Launders Lane over the past 12 months and the associated cost to the public purse, please? Yeah, thank you. This is now to the Deputy Mayor. How has the Mayor been coordinating the Fire Brigade, Local Authority, Environment Agency and Met Police to permanently resolve the solution with Launders Lane? Mm-hmm. And are you aware of the temporary measures that the Council are proposing to put in place?
Thanks, Assembly Member. Yes, obviously we're very aware it's a long-standing concern of residents, and rightly so, because of when those fires start, the pollution that results. There are also obviously some marginal cost to the fire brigade in actually attending those fires, but it is only marginal, and we know that because we looked at seeing if there was an investor save possibility by actually having some LFB budget to tackle it, but there isn't. There is no spare, there's no headroom there in which to make a contribution from the LFB. I attended the site and met the leader and the chief executive from Havering and the Environment Agency, and there were the LFB were present, as well as GLA Environment officials as well. There's been ongoing dialogue between us and the borough. I'm very pleased to say that the borough has now declared it as a contaminated land issue. That places clear legal duties on both the landowner and the council to bring this to some sort of resolution, and the site's properly remediated. So hopefully that has been a major step after many years in bringing some clarity to a way forward. However, it is an enormous site, and it has been piled to a great depth with illegally dumped waste. And it is beyond the resources, both the GLA and the borough, to remove all that waste. I mean, I'm hopeful, though, that the fact that there was a similar case in Oxford where the Environment Agency stepped in and seems to be willing to pay a significant sum to tackling it, I'm hopeful that that might open the door to some sort of resolution in that direction. I am aware of the temporary solution that the borough has proposed. At the time we discussed it when I was on site, I'll be frank, I was slightly doubtful that the amount of money that was being proposed would remediate the whole site. It involves some sort of quite thin temporary membrane and then mulching over the top. And given the size of the site, the 300,000 or the $500,000 or so that was being discussed, I thought was completely inadequate for the area of site. However, I've challenged back saying, where are the actual fires coming from? And there's a suspicion that it's always from the same locality, and I won't go in the reasons why, but I'm sure, being a local councillor there, you know the history of one particular location on that site and why it might keep flaring up. So perhaps if the measures that are being proposed are targeted in particular areas, they may be sufficient. But I have recently written to Havering and saying that both myself and the Deputy Mayor for Environment and officials at the GLA stand ready to engage on any proposals that they have.
Right, thank you for that. So, a few things actually. First of all, I think it is a shame that I'm never involved in any of these discussions as the Assembly member for the whole of Havering. I'm sort of kept out of the loop on most of this, which I think is wrong. Secondly, have you or has the Mayor considered, in light of the fact that, like you, I agree that probably the funding and the measures may be inadequate, have you considered making any kind of contribution, either financially or resource-wise, to help in this instance?
No, I mean, the GLA doesn't have any budget for land remediation for this kind of thing. It doesn't actually fall on us in any way. It's a matter for the local authority and the Environment Agency. So you know, we don't have a standing budget to dip into, and we don't have a kind of an exceptional, you know, reserve. Again, that would be a kind of budget that you could call on for anything between, I don't know, 1 and 10, 20 million that it could cost, depending on how far the remediation was taken. Yeah, I mean, I think we all should be on the same page about trying to get the Environment Agency to address this, because they are the ones who are rightfully positioned along with the local authority. Although I think it's deeply unfair that the local authority should be expected to pay for it.
Okay, well, I agree with you in that respect, because I think the landowner should be made to pay for it, frankly.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
But, you know, I'm surprised that you tell me that your department doesn't have any contingency budget, because most departments do have a contingency budget in case there's need for some contingency. But having said that, you've quite rightly identified that probably the organisation with the biggest powers and biggest levers are the Environment Agency. Can I ask you, Deputy, what have you done to encourage the Environment Agency? Because, I mean, let's be blunt about it. You are a well-respected member of the Labour Party, and the current Secretary of State for Environment happens to be a Labour MP.
The connection through to the EA has all been through the DM for Environment, who, as I said, is also engaged in this, and that's why we've said that both of us, it's not just an issue. I mean, obviously, I look at it through the lens of the requirement for the fire brigade to intervene. I've also said to Havering that, you know, with my sort of planning and regen hat on, I absolutely stand ready to help the planning service engage with them about the potential for redevelopment of the site, if the borough wants to go in that direction, to be able to, because the owner, as you know, has expressed an interest in some sort of redevelopment to help pay for the remediation of the site. I don't pass any comment on whether that's viable or not for any reason. But with both my planning and fire hats, I am engaging on this issue, but I do not wear the environment hat, and that is why the Deputy Mayor for Environment is also involved in this and is the one that's liaising with the Environment Agency.
Well, without wishing to mix metaphors and be accused of blowing smoke in a particular orifice, Deputy Mayor, you are very well respected in the Labour Party. You even I respect you. No, honestly, I do. And I do think that you have got influence that you should be using. And if you're viewing it through the fire brigade lens, perhaps you should broaden out the focus a bit, because you really could sit down with the Secretary of State and you really could bring this up. Well, we won't put it top of the agenda, but you really could bring it up the agenda, because you have that soft power that you could use more so than any other deputy mayor, I would argue.
I'm grateful and flattered for your faith in me. But anyway,
are you going to use it? Will you do it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm absolutely happy to engage with anybody on this issue and further it. As I say, I don't necessarily. I think you overestimate the contacts and influence I have in the Department of Environment, but I am more than happy to take this away and talk with those that do, that perhaps have more influence with me in this area, and continue to push for it.
Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member James Small-Edwards.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Deputy Mayor, and good morning, Commissioner. My first question is to the Deputy Mayor, and it is, how will the new building safety regulator deliver for house building and fire safety in London?
Well, I think the regulation, a lot of the regulation that came in through BSR is the right regulation. As you know, we still have a fair way to go on certain building regulation standards, and that's can occupy a whole plenary session on its own. I think the biggest barrier, though, has been the effectiveness of the organisation because of the way it was resourced and its focus. I'm really pleased that the former Commissioner and also the former Deputy Commissioner have done an amazing job in beginning to turn things around. One of the, I won't name them, but a leading developer who was at the forefront, and I kept on suggesting them for various platforms to promote the problems that were happening and get them addressed. Who was suffering from 2+ years of delay on schemes, has recently said that they got something through in 12 weeks through Gateway 2. And so I just say that by way of illustrating that an effective regulator is the best way of actually making a difference. To answer your question, and I think that the tide has turned is turning, and there is good evidence to show that it's turning, that it's being able to swiftly and effectively implement the regulations that are in place.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would you like to say anything on that topic?
Just to support what the Deputy Mayor has said, that I've seen a tangible difference, obviously, since Andy and Charlie stepped into the positions that they've done, and I meet with them regularly because, as has been discussed before, 65 to 70% of the building stock that comes under the auspices of the building safety regulator sits within the M25. So there's been a tangible difference. We're seeing progress in terms of the backlog. Obviously, it's now moved into an arm's length organisation position underneath the umbrella of MHCLG. I think that's the right move. The eventual ambition to have a single construction regulator right across the board is something that I certainly support, and I know Andy and Charlie are driving that. So it's moving in the right direction. But with everything to do with building safety and building safety regulation, you have to be relentless about this. You have to keep coming round to it. We're committing significant resource within LFB to support the work that the building safety regulator is doing, both in terms of the new innovation unit, the batching model that they're now using. But we obviously need to make sure, and I know this is absolutely Andy and Charlie's position, that building safety and fire safety are at the heart of everything that we're doing. But we also want to see more good quality housing stock on the market, both in London and elsewhere, but definitely moving in the right direction. And we've seen a noticeable change since there's been that change of leadership.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just specifically on the point you made about the independence, what benefit do you think the independence, that arm's length nature that it now has as of, I think, 2nd of January 2026, what benefit does that actually bring?
Well, I think exactly that independence, that it is arm's length, which means it can it can talk truth to power. It can say what needs to be said. I think the Health and Safety Executive, where it previously sat, did a good job, but I think this move definitely makes sense. But it's still underneath the umbrella of MHCLG. The Fire Minister also has responsibility for the building safety regulator and everything that's going on. I think all of that is a good thing. So I think the fact that it sits there as an arm's length organisation attached to MHCLG means you get the best of both worlds. You've got that independence, but you've also got that arm of government that you can lean into, and I see that being as a very positive sign.
Thank you very much. That's really encouraging. And Deputy Mayor, just to echo, I think what you said about industry response to the change of leadership at the BSR. I've seen people in the industry describe the new leadership as transformational, and with developers saying that whereas in 2024 Gateway 2 was taking 65 weeks, their most recent application was 63 days. So quite a big difference. Are you confident that those big delays to planning applications are going to be a thing of the past in London?
Well, I certainly hope so. It's been, along with viability issues, it's been the biggest talking point with the industry over the last 18 months, 2 years.
Yeah, and I think many in the industry where they historically would have celebrated getting approval at planning committee from a local authority, it's actually now celebrating approval at Gateway 2, which shows how things have changed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. I'm going to quickly start with the Deputy Mayor with a bit of a plea. The people of Rainham and all the surrounding area would really like you to lobby. Assembly Member Prince made some pleas for you to lobby, and you said your responsibilities sit here and there. Could you step outside those responsibilities? Because this has been a problem for years and nobody's helping.
Yeah, I'm happy to, but I certainly didn't want to give the impression that I was trying to pass the buck. It's trying to actually get the people who have the best contacts and the most effect to actually deliver it. So I'd much rather prompt the people who have their hands on the levers rather than try and grapple for the levers myself. But I am happy to do anything and have to give the Assembly the assurance that I'm happy to contact anyone and talk with anyone who can bring some sort of movement, particularly about the funding of the remediation.
Thank you for that clarification. Good morning, Commissioner. It's your first go, so we'll treat you with kid gloves. How's that? I want to talk about your, what's it called here? It's called your London Fire Brigade Sustainability and Development Strategy, and it makes a lot of talk and uses all the buzzwords around climate change, etc., and what you're going to do, but it doesn't mention the technological challenge you face. I want to refer particularly to lithium batteries. So I'm going to give you a scenario, and you tell me how, are you worried about said scenario? We have many cars coming along. They're even asking you to have a fire engine with a battery power, which means an enormous battery. What would you do if that fire engine was parked underground and had a fire? What response would we have to that situation?
Well, in terms of the question, does that concern me in terms of the modern technology and what this means for us as environment? Absolutely it does. It's at the forefront of our thinking in terms of how we respond. Now, we've adapted some of our capability to deal with lithium-ion batteries in particular, but energy storage more broadly. So we've got Cobra cold cut technology, which is ultra-high pressure lance that we can actually deploy into lithium-ion batteries, and our rapid response team is able to be deployed in order to make that happen. So we've got capability to deal with these fires, but it's something that, again, going back to my point right at the beginning, we've got to make sure the brigade is keeping pace with the technology, because the technology is evolving so quickly. We have to make sure that we're at the forefront of that going forward. But is it a constant concern for me? Yes, it is. But we've got capability at the moment that's able to deal with these fires, but it's something we have to keep under constant review because the technology is moving quicker sometimes than our capability currently that we've got.
Thank you, and I appreciate that offer. It's just that when you read this strategy, it's full of the buzzwords, but it's not full of that practical answer that you've just given there. And I personally would prefer a strategy that sounded like the response you've just given, not this word salad of climate change versus the et cetera, because this is to keep this thing here is to keep politicians off your back. Your response is to keep us safe, and I'm much more interested in your response. I want to talk about training now. One of the challenges at Grenfell at the time was the training register and was it up to date, etc., etc. And you've made great strides in that, I'm imagining. But how are you keeping on top of what training is needed to deal with the next set of new challenges? You yourself just made a contribution about lithium batteries. So who looks at what training you will need down the line?
So that question actually goes to the heart of our budget submission that we put forward, because we have got a modern firefighting strategy which is looking at both the challenges we face now, but more importantly what we think we're going to be facing in the years ahead. So our director in charge of our operational training, so Matt, is keeping a constant eye on what our modern firefighting strategy looks like to ensure that the training that we're getting genuinely reflects that risk profile. And there's all sorts of, so the course that we've just run down at the Fire Service College around TAC Vent was the first stage to get us up to this really significant level of understanding of fire behaviour and how it operates in a real fire environment. That for me was only the first point. It's now about how do we take that forward. So how do we make sure firefighters have got the knowledge to deal with lithium-ion batteries? How do they deal with wildfire? How do they deal with marauding terrorist attack? That is all part of that strategy and is why we'd asked for the additional funding in our budget submission to keep that momentum going. It means using areas like the Fire Service College, potentially other national centres of excellence that we will have available to us, is where the College of Fire, which is one of the Grenfell Phase 2 recommendations, is going to be pivotal, because we'll have national standards, national consistency, able to pull the resource of the National Fire Chiefs Council and fire services across the country to make sure that the training that we're getting genuinely reflects that risk. But it's a key priority for us.
I'm going to read something to you again from your strategy. It says, developing a diverse and inclusive workforce supported by a diverse and inclusive supply chain serving a diverse community. Again, a word salad. Does this mean that you're about to make the mistake the police did by lowering standards to answer this diversity question rather than keep us safe? Because we've seen the mistakes the police have made because they felt they had to respond to this. What are you going to do to make sure standards first, your diversity word salad second?
Well, just to be very, very clear, there's no reduction in standards. That is not what we are going to be doing. We have a clear and consistent standard that applies right across the board. Do we have a commitment to diversify the workforce and to make sure that it looks much more like London? Absolutely. But that does not mean lowering of standards. This is something that's often been portrayed in the past. I think other organisations have ended up getting themselves into difficulty, but we're always very, very clear. The standard is the standard and must be maintained, but could we be much more targeted and make sure that the London Fire Brigade is seen as a career for everyone who's got the right skills and attributes? Absolutely, but they have to have the right skills and attributes. Not everyone can be a firefighter. That's okay. You know, there's plenty of people in my own family I wouldn't want anywhere near a fire truck, and it's important. It's important that we say that. So there's no lowering of standards, but we absolutely have to make sure that the London Fire Brigade is a career of choice for all of those who've got the ability to be one.
Thank you. I have to stop now for timing, but so you're prepared to come back and tell this room that actually the targets you have couldn't be reached because you couldn't maintain the standards. You would be prepared to say that?
Well, it's not for me a question of lowering the standards. This is about, do we have to be much more inventive in terms of how we go out and reach communities in London to make sure that they see the fire service as a career of choice? Absolutely, but it will not, if we don't hit those targets, it will have nothing to do with the standards. It will be because we still have work to do to make sure that the brigade is seen as the career of choice for everyone. But I'm very clear, standards do not get lowered.
Thank you. Chair.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Bad luck, Lord Bailey. I don't think there's a space for you in the fire brigade anytime soon. And I have to say, nor for me either. I'll be running out of the burning building rather than in. You're very welcome this morning for your first fire plenary, Commissioner. It's good to see you here. I actually want to talk about something that is in the context of a real tragedy that we all saw unfolding at New Year's Eve, Le Constellation in the Swiss ski resort, which unbelievably had people still filming it as it was unfolding. It was quite apparent from the coverage immediately afterwards, and I think is forming a central part of their investigation, which is obviously in a different country, that fire inspections had not been carried out on a regular basis, and that undoubtedly contributed to
there being flammable material that then was set alight, because there hadn't been an inspection, I believe, for 5 years. And I just wondered if you could run us through what the LFB does to ensure that fire prevention work, fire inspections, are being given that high priority in those more commercial premises that Londoners love to go to.
Well, to provide some reassurance, actually, Assembly Member Cooper, so obviously when that tragedy occurred in Switzerland, I needed to be reassured, as my senior team did, that we had the necessary practices in place to ensure that we were making sure that nightclubs or places of a similar nature were getting the inspections that they required. And actually, when we did that sense check, it also became apparent that we had actually been very active over the Christmas period working with the nighttime economy, even to the point where we had issued a Section 31 notice against one premise, and this was before the Swiss fire actually occurred. So my prevention and protection teams working with fire stations, so it's often the case that you'll see operational firefighters actually going to the nighttime economy to sense check the fire safety precautions that are in place. Actually, that's built into our risk-based inspection programme that we're doing. Now, we've only got a team that have got all sorts of responsibilities across a whole range of different areas, whether it's supporting the building safety regulator, whether it's carrying out our regulatory work more broadly, and in particular the nighttime economy. But it is happening, we are checking, and again, we actually had this Section 31 notice issued to a premise, and that was before the Swiss fire. Now, the other good thing is that we did, once that fire had occurred, is we sent out what we call now an ops check-in to all of our frontline crews and to our protection department, because what we've learned post Grenfell is that we cannot be in a position where we're waiting for all of the information before we actually alert our frontline fire crews and indeed our protection teams to some of the issues that seem to be emerging. Now, that happened. It happened with both the Swiss fire and indeed the Hong Kong fire last year, to make sure that we had the information that we required, that if we were dealing with something similar, one, we had the reassurance that we knew what we were going to and we understood it, and two, that firefighters would recognise the types of incidents that we'd seen internationally, and then if we had to change our posture, we would do. So I think we're in as secure a position as we possibly can be, except in the fact that we have a finite resource that we have to make sure we prioritise where we see the greatest areas of risk.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I've discussed often with the borough commanders in my patch, and obviously it isn't just the obvious things like nightclubs, but it's also takeaways and talking about, you know, the kind of level of grease that might build up in a chimney in a place where kebabs are being cooked. And you know, so there's quite a lot of different types of premises, but there are some other partners, I think, potentially here, because you've got the regulatory standards teams in local authorities. How does that partnership work, augment the teams that you've just said obviously are very, you know, pretty busy?
Well, the local safety groups that exist in boroughs right across London are critical, because you're absolutely right. Assembly Member Cooper, this is a team endeavour. No one agency holds the silver bullet to make sure that they can bring this to as safe a conclusion as you possibly can. It has to be a team endeavour. A lot of the work that's done at a lower level, so some of those examples that you give, whether it's takeaways or other small commercial premises, is actually done by our frontline crews. So they do a baseline level fire safety check, and that's part of their day-to-day routine, and that does the vast bulk of that work at that level, and that means that our more specialist fire inspecting officers can concentrate on the more difficult buildings to work through, and they've got that specialist knowledge, but actually the vast majority is done by our fire station crews as part of their overarching station plan. And that's the key bit. It's that local knowledge through the borough risk management plan, the local station plan, targeting our areas of risk, but making sure we've got the right resource appropriate to that level of risk, and that's happening. But it is very much a team endeavour, and it's built into those local safety partnerships. That's the key bit.
I mean, obviously, the other side of this is when a new building is being commissioned, you know, there is a statutory responsibility to consult the fire brigade on design. My understanding is there's still no statutory responsibility for the person building it to implement all of the advice from the fire brigade, which I still find unbelievable, and I saw you shake your head, and that still has not changed. Should there be a stronger role in both the planning system, but also potentially in the licensing system, coming back to the issue of bars and takeaways and all the rest of it? Should there be a stronger role, do you think, for the fire brigade to have more of you must implement these recommendations that we're making, because it could save lives?
Well, I know the Deputy Mayor will come in here as well, but in terms of, we are consulted, but it's not statutory in that regard. Now, would I like to see further enhancements in terms of our role? Absolutely, I think that would be a good thing. But we are heavily involved. I mean, I think that's the key thing. And this is actually part of the culture shift that we've seen around building safety more broadly, that in some ways it shouldn't matter who's got the statutory responsibility. This is a collective endeavour around safety more broadly. But any more that we can do to make sure that our voice as the Fire and Rescue Service is as loud as it can be, I would always look at and welcome. But I think at the moment the statutory element is just one part of it. Our involvement has to be there, that the view of the London Fire Brigade in this particular case is always taken into account. But I know the Deputy Mayor wants to come in as well.
Did you want to come in as well, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just quickly, because I realise you're on the clock. It's an issue that I feel very strongly about, and obviously the Mayor feels incredibly strongly about having the highest standards of fire safety, and it's an unsatisfactory position where we still are in this country. They're not statutory consultee, but obviously every referable application the LFB is consulted. Obviously, there's now the BSR Gateway 2, Gateway 3, and how that fits and doesn't fit with final brigade sign-off of occupation of buildings. All that needs to be made clearer, and also the standards that are applied. Particular issue for us is evacuation lifts and non-combustibles all the way down to the ground floor, not if they're 5 floors and below, and it doesn't matter apparently. I disagree with that. I think they should all be non-flammable regardless of height. And I think this will be brought to a head in bringing forward the London plan, because the NPPF is requiring us not to talk about fire safety. And I think, well, if we're prevented from doing that, who is going to do it? So hopefully over the next 6 months, this will all be brought to a head, certainly by the GLA.
That's part of your many responsibilities, and I'm glad to hear that it's on your mind for the London plan. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Boff.
Deputy Mayor, do you accept that there's something wrong in the system if a local authority can build a tower block costing £85 million in Barking without anyone recognising that the lack of a backup electricity supply means the sprinkler system and firefighters' lifts won't work?
If that is the case, and those are the facts, then it is indeed unacceptable. Yeah, the system hasn't worked by the sound.
Those facts are accepted by Barking and Dagenham Council's cabinet. What went wrong there? How is it? I just don't understand how it's possible if. The Commissioner earlier spoke about how you've got a localised approach, that you work on a borough risk management basis, and you yourself, Deputy Mayor, said there should be high standards of fire safety. How is it possible that this building was built? I don't understand the processes. What processes must have failed?
I honestly can't say that this is something I could unpack in this meeting, and it's not something that, yeah.
I accept that, because there's a lot of detail behind here, because it's not just that building. We also have a situation where £38 million was spent on a warehouse, which is unsafe for the storage of anything, really, anything above 1 metre to 1.2 metres. And yet it was built, and that is actually operating. So what I'm asking you is to look at what's going on in Barking and Dagenham that means we have such an appalling record of adherence to the fire safety standards. And I'd appreciate it if you could investigate that and write to me about it.
I'm certainly happy to look into this, and I would be keen to secure you a response to this. But I just hesitate slightly to to articulate what that kind of response is going to look like, because this is a hugely broad area and does not just affect Barking and Dagenham, and it's an area that many of us in this room have talked about previously. I mean, this goes to the heart of the tragedy of Grenfell, how someone can design something that effectively was creating chimneys internal chimneys up the side of the building, funneling fire into each flat, moving fire breaks, and actually having the fire breaks beyond the curtilage of the flats and being able to drive fire all the way up the inside. You know, it beggars belief how regulation has allowed that to happen. And it's just the same exactly in the two examples that you gave.
I do agree with you, but this building was finished only 3 years ago, post-Grenfell, post the lessons of Grenfell. And it's shocking to me that we can still be building those kind of buildings, those unsafe death traps. Commissioner, again, I don't expect you to have this there in your memory, but what I would like to know is, on what occasions did Barking and Dagenham Council make any attempt to reach out to the LFB before investing in this £85 million project and the £38 million warehouse?
Well, I think, as you'll appreciate, I would need to look into the detail of this particular case, given what you've outlined. You know, my instinctive reaction, given the information that you've provided, is one of concern. But I think, to give you the due respect and the necessary information, I will need to take that away. But I'm happy, Chair, with your permission, to write back with that full detail so that we can understand the chronology of this particular incident, so that you've got all of the information you require. But I don't have that to hand at the moment.
Of course you don't. I don't expect
you
you to have that to hand, but I really would appreciate an analysis of how we ended up where we are, because it's appalling. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Assembly Member Georgia, you've indicated, is it related to this bit? Yes, so let's take you in at this stage. Yep.
Thank you, and for what it's worth, Mr. Chairman, in response to Assembly Member Cooper, I wouldn't mind if the Lord Bailey threw me over his shoulder in the event of a fire. But ananyway,
I think that's a personal matter. I don't want
to get rumours kicking off around the chamber. Mr. He's shuddering at the thought. I'm not that heavy,
left
Sean.
The room in desperation.
Right.
Look, poor guy.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I just want to bring to your attention, there was obviously a planning application that you would have been aware of that passed Barnet Council, which was the Edgware station situation. Obviously, the LFB had a lot to say about it. You know, 29 stories for colleagues that don't know, 3,000 units, and obviously there were major concerns over the possibility, well, the certainty of when moving the terminal, that the electric buses would go underneath the site, which obviously would cause a serious, effectively, some wording was used where the LFB effectively said this could be catastrophic if there were issues with the buses. I want to know, in your mind, or possibility with the London plan, where the line is drawn on safety and LFB advice when it comes to applications like these.
Well, I mean, on this particular application, I mean, the TfL and the LFB have good working relationship on this, and they're meeting regularly to discuss this particular project. And everyone is determined that it meets absolutely the highest levels of fire safety, and that obviously will help inform any policy going forward on this. But as you can absolutely appreciate, it's kind of exploring new ground and this would apply. Not as much, but it would also equally apply to any underground garage today, and the increasing likelihood that it would be filled with electric cars. Clearly, electric buses have larger batteries and pose a greater risk, but it's still on a scale. and this is something that I think we have to address. If obviously it needs to be something that's to do with kind of the built form and building regulations, it really only becomes a planning issue, and whether this should have rules around it in planning if we're failing to deal with it in terms of built form and the technological approach.
I'm not getting into I'm not looking to revisit the scheme. It's been decided. But
I'm talking generally. Sorry, I'm talking generally.
No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I'm not even getting into a debate around planning necessarily. I'm just trying to understand, because generally blue light services are generally reticent when it comes to planning applications. Very rarely do they comment, and very rarely do they issue such stark warnings. So I'm trying to understand from you where the line is drawn, where we say to the developer, or you using a bit of soft power, look, can you just please go away, look at moving things here or there? You know, this application's passed now, but perhaps conversations could have been had where, how do we improve this so future residents don't feel nervous?
It has been passed by committee, but it hasn't been referred to the GLA for its Stage 2 decision yet. I believe that conversations are ongoing about this very issue, and the GLA and planning wouldn't seek to progress this until the brigade are satisfied.
That's the answer. Thank you, sir. No. I'm very grateful, and
sorry,
I'm sure.
I thought you'd moved on to the general, but actually,
I'm nothing but consistent, Mr. Deputy Mayor. But thank you so much for your response. I'm sure residents will be very happy with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner, and welcome. Commissioner, obviously you're aware of the move of the fire brigade back to the 8 Albert embankment and the refurbishments that are taking place there. And as the Assembly member for the area, I'm obviously delighted to welcome you there. Could you update the Assembly on the works and the refurbishment that are happening at the moment, and a potential date for your go in there?
No, thank you for the question. I mean, we're still waiting on the final planning permission, which we're hoping is not going to be too far away, and we're as confident as we can be that we will have the planning permission accepted, because obviously, essentially, this is a return to its original use. It's a bit of a Back to the Future project, this one. But as I was saying at the Budget and Performance Committee in December last year, for me, this is a huge legacy project for the London Fire Brigade to go back to our traditional home. You know, this is the history that sits around, and this isn't a nostalgic project. It absolutely is built on a very, very good business case. But we've needed to update the fire station there for some time. You know, the site itself has been in a state of disrepair for far too long for a whole host of reasons. So for us to be able to move this forward now, to have our headquarters building, a brand new fire station, an exhibition space, some of our museum exhibits will also be able to be there. There'll be a real community space as well. I think is going to be one of the most exciting projects the brigade has been engaged with for the last generation, actually. And the fact that we own it, the fact that our destiny is in our own hands, but for me it's also the operational element that comes with it, to have a working fire station with our headquarters facility on the edge of the government security zone, given all the risk that comes with that, I think is a significant improvement in terms of the safety and capability that exists within that area. Now, in terms of the timeframes, we've got to really be out of Union Street by sort of October, November this year, and we'll be looking to move into an interim accommodation at the moment, and we're very close to getting that signed and agreed. In terms of the timeframes, we're looking at a 2.5 to 3 year project. You know, if we're being really ambitious, it would be great to be in there towards the end of 2028. I'm realistic. With any large construction project, you know, there could be issues that present themselves once we actually start to get under the skin of the building. More realistically, I think you're looking mid-2029 before we're actually going to be in there and the building is going to be operational. But I am really, really pleased that we're going to be in this position. You know, the history of that site is phenomenal. A bunker where Winston Churchill used to talk to the auxiliary fire service during the Second World War, a memorial hall that honours all London firefighters who have lost their lives. You know, that is something significant, but there's also an operational imperative why the move is the right one. But the business case also stacks up. It went through significant scrutiny for reasons which you'll appreciate, and I think this is one of those fantastic legacy projects that's going to set the organisation up for the next 10, 15, 20 years.
Thank you. As you quite rightly say, it is now in the seeking permission for planning. And thank you for going through the timeframe if that planning is approved. Could you, you are very aware that the planning issues around this particular site have an interesting history. Could you outline how the local community have been involved in this new reiteration of the project, please?
So that's been critical, because you're absolutely right, Assembly Member Ahmed. You know, there's a complicated history when it comes to planning development around that particular site. The views of the community were key. So we've run a number of workshops, we've had a number of open days where we've been able to demonstrate all of our plans to the local community, and actually all the feedback that I've had is that it's really welcomed. You know, we've known that front site has required significant improvement for a long time. The site itself is listed, as you'll be aware, so the fact that we're going to be able to restore it to its original glory has actually been welcomed by the local community, who can see the benefit. And of course the fire station is going to get the upgrade that it requires, which again is a popular move. But the community engagement on this particular project has been extensive, and I'm very pleased to say that it's had overwhelming support.
Thank you, and it's something that I've been very clear about from the start, that the community absolutely need to be involved in this because it is such a key building in that area. And very briefly, could you just tell us about the cost implications and savings of this move, please?
Well, I mean, it's a significant capital project, as you will appreciate. So the exact figures are around the £80 to £90 million mark in terms of the capital project that sits around it. But of course, it's a site that we own. And the land value will continue to increase over the lifetime of the project itself. And of course, we won't be paying the levels of rent that we currently do, which is around, in terms of the actual cost to the London Fire Brigade, and where we are at the moment in Union Street is approximately £4 million a year. So there will be long-term savings as we move through. But this is a significant capital project. But when we went through the business case for the move, it absolutely stacked up in terms of what it was we were looking to do. So again, I think in the long term, it will absolutely be the right move for the organisation.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And sorry, could I just add that actually for the whole group, rates and business rates and rent, it's actually about a saving of £8 million, I think, for the entire group exiting Union Street.
Good to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Morning. So obviously London Fire Brigade's got significant experience dealing with tall building fires, particularly in central London. What I've noticed, obviously, as an outer London Assembly member, Croydon has long had tall buildings, but now has significant numbers of not just 20-storey, but 40-storey plus buildings. Sutton, which historically hasn't had so many tall buildings, now does have quite a lot, pushing up to sort of 15, 20 plus floors. What I'm interested in is how you're making sure that those local crews, stations and equipment in those areas are equipped to fight the kinds of fires that perhaps historically were more of a central London challenge.
No, thank you for the question, and that goes actually to the centre of our community risk management plan and our annual assessment of risk, which is, as the name suggests, done on an annual basis. So as the risk profile of London continues to change and evolve, it means we then have to look at the posture of the organisation, where our assets are, if we have to think differently around where things like turntable ladders are sited, the types of training and equipment that local crews will require. That is all part of that assessment of risk, because you're absolutely right, we're seeing areas of London change really quite quickly, and we have to make sure that the brigade continues to keep pace, which is, again, going back to my original points at the beginning, why we've got that borough risk management plan approach, because we have to make sure that the resources and the training and the kit and the equipment that we've got reflects the local risk. So we have an annual assessment of risk. We've actually got a review of our specialist appliances going on at the moment, because we may well be in a position where we need to think differently around where we've got some of our specialist capability, given the nature of the built environment in London. But it's something we keep coming back to as part of that annual assessment.
So what are the specific kind of changes? Like take Sutton as an example, that hasn't really had a history of tall buildings and now has quite a lot. What are the kinds of extra equipment, either that you've already recently moved in or that you'd be looking to move in to cope with that risk?
Well, all of our firefighters are subjected to the same levels of training when it comes to high-rise, because, of course, any London firefighter could be required to go and deal with a high-rise wherever it is in London. In terms of specialist kit and equipment, it's things like our turntable, our high-reach appliances, our turntable ladders. We might think are they in the right locations at the moment? And given the nature of the risk, do we need to make some changes? We've also got specialist teams, so our drone capability is a centralised specialist team that would be deployed to any area in London if it would be required. So when it comes to high-rise firefighting and actually operations more broadly, the use of that drone technology is phenomenal in terms of the situational awareness that it provides to our incident commanders. But that's a central specialist team that is then deployed to any part of London that it's required. So there's always a balance between the types of training that you need to give to everybody and then the more specialist training that you need to get to. My actual sense is I think we're going to get to a position where we're looking at specialist high-rise teams in London, which is a similar model to what they run out in New York. And New York is very comparable to London across a whole range of different areas, because I think as the role of the fire service continues to evolve, the approach of being a generalist, where we try and be brilliant at everything, is getting more and more challenging. I think we will start to become more and more specialised. And I think as we get ultra-high-rise buildings, we will look to bring in that specialism around particular high-rise teams, which you wouldn't be able to replicate in every part of the city.
Got you. Just very quickly, what is ultra high rise versus high rise? Like what's
essentially that's when you're talking about 30. When you're talking about 30 floors, once you get to 30 floors and above.
Okay, so Croydon is already ultra high rise.
You're getting into what I would refer to as ultra high rise, where the challenges to your internal firefighting means you have to think a bit differently in terms of how you're going to deal with those fires.
Okay, and just finally, you talked about redeploying like those tall ladder platforms. Obviously, tall buildings in London haven't gone away, so really what we're talking about is adding more. Have you added more of those tall ladder vehicles?
So not recently, so not since we brought in the 3 64-metre ladders, which are strategically deployed at the moment. I've always said if the assessment of risk comes back and said that actually we need additional specialist appliances or we need additional resource, then that is a case that we would make to the Mayor and the GLA more broadly. Now, at the moment, we think we've got the right resource in the right place, but I think as risk continues to develop at the pace that it continues to develop, we have to keep that under constant review. So I would not shy away from coming forward and saying if I think we need more, if I think we need different types of kit and equipment, we would absolutely make that case.
Got you. Thanks very much. That's only something to keep an eye on. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you. I want to circle back to the conversation about e-bike conversion kits. And thank you for the very nuanced way that you answered Assembly Member Bakari's questions earlier. In particular, that the difference between the kits supplied by reputable suppliers that you can get under the government's Cycle to Work scheme and the ones that are being sold by illegally on online platforms, and along with the unsafe lithium-ion batteries as well. So I was just wondering, you mentioned the Product Regulation and Metrology Act and the fact that that enables government to bring in secondary legislation and that you've been pushing for that. So I was wondering, Jules, have you and or the Mayor made representations to government to bring in the secondary legislation to impose obligations on online marketplaces, preventing the sale of unsafe products like these illegal e-bike conversion kits and the unsafe lithium-ion batteries, to make sure that you are making use of the fact that the Product Regulation and Metrology Bill turned into an act last year?
Yeah, we have made references to it in communications to the government, but actually a lot of the lobbying's been done through the Commissioner because he is absolutely best placed, because personal experience from his operational team on the front line, detailed knowledge of it, people like Charlie before with his expertise led on that, and regular meetings that John has, far more than I do, with ministers and with the senior civil servants involved. But we are we are aware of what John's been doing in that space.
OK, so Commissioner, do you have a sense of the kind of timescale to actually get this secondary legislation in place?
Well, funny enough, that's the answer I'm waiting on at the moment from MHCLG. So when I met with the Director General a couple of weeks ago, I was asking for the time frame in terms of that secondary legislation. I've actually got a meeting with the Fire Minister next week, of which this is on the agenda. So again, I will be pushing there because the Deputy Mayor's right. You know, I personally want to see this move at more pace than it currently. I think all the intent is right. I think the intent is there. but we want to see that as secondary legislation so that we can then start to take action.
It's so important because obviously e-bike conversion kits, the legal ones, are a really important element that, at a very low-cost way, enable someone to upgrade an ordinary bike. So in terms of addressing cost of living issues for Londoners, it's really important that it's possible to do it safely. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner, Deputy Mayor. So, Commissioner, I'd like to ask about culture and the watch system initially. So, obviously, the watch system is absolutely core to LFB operations. Back in the culture review, it noted that firefighters who are working closely together not only looked out for each other, but shared that sense of pride and purpose. And obviously, when you're doing dangerous work, that's hugely important. But obviously there are potential downsides. That closeness can potentially mean that poor behaviour is overlooked or sometimes excused. So I wonder whether you could talk us through progress to ensure that there's oversight of watch culture and also confidence that firefighters can report if they feel there's been unacceptable behaviour.
It's such a key question, this, because the watch-based system, of which I've been a part of ever since I joined the fire service nearly 26 years ago now, has been fundamental to the mode of operation of fire and rescue services. And you're absolutely right. What can sometimes appear to be the best thing that we offer in the fire and rescue service in terms of that collective endeavour, that sense of togetherness, which the private sector would probably pay a fortune for in terms of bringing that together, can also be, ironically, quite exclusionary if you don't happen to fit within the accepted norms and culture of that particular watch or station. So one of the big things we've been driving forward is around the understanding about the benefits of difference, the different opinion, thinking differently, have a different worldview, and actually that makes us better firefighters. It makes the watch better if we're able to create an environment where people feel safe to come forward, they feel safe to say what they need to say, they've got different ideas and different views. That's key. Now, the watch-based structure has sometimes meant that that's been difficult to do. But in terms of the progress that the organisation is making, we just ran our staff survey at the end of last year, and on bullying, harassment and discrimination, we've made significant progress even in the space of 1 year. So if I may, Chair, just to give you some of the statistics. So bullying in the last 12 months has been reduced from 8% to 5%. Harassment has reduced from 9% to 3%. And discrimination has reduced from 13% to 6%. So those are really significant reductions in a 1 year period. Now, anyone who's experiencing bullying, harassment and discrimination is one person too many. But if I compare that to other fire and rescue services in the country, when we looked at the State of Fire report that the HMI put out last year, it compares very, very favourably and compares favourably with other public sector organisations. So but culture is not a start and finish thing, as we've said before. You have to keep coming back to this. Yes, there has been challenges with the watch culture, but when I sit down on fire stations, and every Monday I go and do fire station visits, I always have a sense check around who's talking. Is it just one person, or is everyone on that watch able to come forward with their view? And I have to say, over the last 5 to 6 years, the way that those conversations progress is a world away from where we were before the culture review landed. So it's something we have to keep coming back to, but I can see now tangible progress, and the data is proving that. We just have to be relentless about it as we move forward.
Thank you. That sounds like it's positive progress. And I'd then like to pick up on a conversation earlier on about ensuring that the LFB does, as far as possible, reflect London in its diversity. I agree that's really important, and that commitment to diversifying the workforce. But of course, we still, as you've said, we still need the best people for the job. And you said that it's about being seen as a career of choice for all Londoners. So can you tell us what are the key tools that the LFB are using to make sure that a wide diversity of Londoners do consider becoming a firefighter as a career choice?
No, again, thank you for the question. So there's an overhaul of our outreach programme going on at the moment. So last year we brought in a new head of resourcing, which includes recruitment and promotion, because we're still not getting to the position in terms of the demography of the organisation genuinely reflecting the city itself. Now, there's some structural challenges with that. You know, we have a very low turnover rate. It's less than 5%. So really our endeavour has to be on the new recruits that we're bringing into the organisation to make sure that they are as reflective as they possibly can be of London as a city. But again, there are some challenges there. We're looking at things like the requirement for a driving licence, which for London is a particular issue, because if you're living in London, you're a young person living in London with all of the cost of living that comes with it, the chances are you don't have a driving licence, and that may actually be stopping people applying to the London Fire Brigade at the moment because it's currently a requirement. So we're seeing if we can think differently around whether or not we need that requirement. We've also got something called our employee value proposition, which is a whole range of really sort of benefits of working for the London Fire Brigade, because it's not just frontline firefighting positions. There's a whole range of professions that the organisation provides, and it's also about the role of the fire service. You know, sometimes there can be a bit of a myth around what it means to be a firefighter, and actually we need to make sure people really understand the benefits of working for the organisation. But for me, it's going to be the strategic approach that we're taking to outreach, overhaul of our current programme, being much more targeted, making sure that we really are making our local communities understand that London Fire Brigade is a career of choice for us. So it's a combination of all of those things. There are some structural challenges, as I was saying before, around our turnover rate, which means progress is not as fast as I would like. But the targets that we have got, we are getting very, very close to those. I would like to see us exceed them, but this is going to take some time before we actually see it come to fruition.
Yeah, understood. And I don't think the fact that people want to stay working for the LFB is a bad thing. So thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Jonathan, I'm trying to make sense of the LFB climate budget for this year. Could you confirm what is funded for the climate budget this year and what is unfunded aspirations?
Well, we are committed to the targets around carbon net zero.
Sorry, not around the the figures, please.
Well, in terms of the actual figures, I'll have to come back to you and make sure that I'm giving you the correct figures that are aligned to the carbon net zero position that I'm giving you.
I would hope that coming to the fire plenary, those figures you would have them to hand, given the process that we're in. It looks around the figures are around between 17 million to 19 million over the next 3 years. But it also looks as though there are a number of unfunded commitments. Aspirations within that budget, but there's no allusion as to what that totals. So it seems like it would be quite a lot of money.
So we know we've got particular. So if you look at the biggest cost that will come in terms of us moving in this direction is going to be around the fleet. So the electrification of the fleet, as we were talking about before, you know, we are going to need to see the technology evolve. If we want to completely electrify all of our pumping appliances, we know that that's a figure that's north of £200 million. So we know that we will require significant investment, and the technology itself needs to continue to improve, because at the moment, although we're doing the testing of the zero emissions pumping appliance at Hammersmith Fire Station, we know that the technology will continue to move forward. So we need to see that. There are some unknowns in this, that's absolutely true, Assembly Member Best, and we need to keep an eye on it and make sure. But our commitment has to be, the operational imperative is the key.
I agree.
So we've got our ambition, but that has to be the starting point.
So we're miles and miles away on that. Now, TfL have taken the step of admitting that net zero by 2030 is unachievable. Are you ready now to admit that? For the Fire Brigade, net zero by 2030 is unachievable.
Well, we've always been very clear that we're going to need additional support and funding in order to meet that ambition.
But we're miles away, so are you ready to admit now that it's unattainable to get there?
Well, without additional funding, that's absolutely true. You know, we will not be able to be in a position to meet those targets without additional funding. But what I am also clear about is the endeavour is the right one. It concentrates the mind of the organisation, but we will need additional support and functions to get there.
Just to tie this up because of time, you're also committing to a really large spend. This is the money you want government to give you, but we've heard today about the increased risks from the tall buildings, technology advances, looking at battery fires. That's where we need to put that additional money, surely, not chasing the net zero dream, which clearly is unachievable.
Well, I think that's absolutely where we have to be, you know, very open and honest. We have to understand where our priorities are and make sure the budget is allocated.
I think if we were being honest, we'd say it's not achievable, but thanks very much.
Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Commissioner. Just to follow up on those questions. So if you could, I think the initial question was, what are you spending in terms of dealing with the environment budget? And actually, I'd really love to know how much you spent on having to purchase those specific vehicles that deal with wildfires as a result of climate disaster that we're facing at the moment. How much are you having to spend additionally to deal with those wildfires on an annual basis?
So the good thing about the wildfire vehicles is that the cost themselves is around the £400,000 mark, because they're about £100,000 a piece in terms of those vehicles. But we were able to reprioritise what we spent on those vehicles because we took a decision not to purchase a fifth hose layer, which is a large vehicle. And actually, when we looked at it on a risk basis, there wasn't the requirement to use that vehicle. And actually, we then reallocated the capital spend to the wildfire vehicles. So those were the overarching costs. But actually, in many ways, it was able to be held within our overarching capital budget, because instead of purchasing that vehicle, we were able to use these 4 vehicles. And of course, we were before we purchased them having to lease them in, which was at a cost of around £20,000 each. So in terms of value for money, it's absolutely value for money, and it's also matched against the risk that we're currently dealing with.
But thank you for that. But I think the point is really that you are already spending money dealing with the climate crisis, and actually, if we don't provide the solution towards that, those costs are just going to keep on going up.
That's completely right. So we're certainly spending money on dealing with climate-related weather issues. That's absolutely true. But what we also have to do to make sure that we're spending the public purse in the right way is think about where we're spending it elsewhere, and actually could it be reprioritised and think differently about that spend, because we do need to try and make sure we're doing it within our overarching envelope. But it is challenging us to think quite radically around where we're going to put our resource moving forward. And that's really the ultimate challenge, as I was saying right at the beginning, is our continual reassessment of the budget, of the posture of the organisation to reflect the risk that we're currently dealing with.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'll move on to the Deputy Mayor now. When I go and visit fire stations and speak to firefighters, I get the passion that they have for London, and many of them have strong local connections with this area. But one of the biggest challenges they face is similar to the challenges faced by all Londoners around housing. One of the announcements that we've heard is around building 6,000 key worker living rent properties across London. How will we make sure that those are unlocked for firefighters to be able to access them, so that our firefighters on the ground can both live and work in London?
Yeah, I mean, this is a new tenure, as you know, but it will feature prominently in the next plan as a preferred tenure of the Mayor for affordable housing. And firefighters obviously being absolutely some of the most key workers we have in London, they will be able to take advantage of that.
So, as part of the plan at the moment, how will you know that what measurements are you going to put in place to know that you have been successful in terms of ensuring that these critical frontline workers are able to stay in our great city?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to pass you to the Deputy Mayor for Housing, who oversees that policy. I'm sure they have got metrics about who will be occupying and who will get access through those, because obviously that I would have thought it's inevitable that effectively the gateway would be the boroughs. I don't think there's going to be a central register for applicants. I would imagine it's going to be managed through the boroughs in the usual way that other similar designations have been handled for intermediate housing.
Fair enough. And Commissioner, I guess in terms of what support do you provide as the LFB to frontline staff to support them around some of these housing challenges?
Well, we do provide a scheme around single occupancy. So we've got a number of sites that we do make available to our staff who meet a particular criteria in terms of cost of living and living on their own. So we do provide that support. But I welcome anything that opens up possibilities for key workers to be able to live and work in London. The more we can do to support that, the more we will do.
And as the voice of firefighters across London, what would be your ask of the Deputy Mayor in terms of these properties that become available and making sure that your staff can access them?
Well, I think it's exactly that. I think if the opportunity presents itself, it's making sure that London firefighters have the opportunity to access the opportunity that other key workers are going to have, and we will certainly support that, and I'll be keen to make sure that that happens.
Thank you very much.
Now, just before I bring in our next speaker, I saw Assembly Member Polanski indicate, was it on the climate change issue you wish to?
Yeah, that's right.
Fine, I'll take you then. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioner, I saw the news this week that there's a whole street of houses in Wales that are having to be demolished because of the fact that they keep flooding. A conversation I had regularly with the former Commissioner, I don't think we've had so explicitly, is the danger of if there's, say, a wildfire one summer and then the ground is very dry, then the risk of flooding because of there's not space for sustainable urban drainage necessarily. And what work is being done to face not just one climate crisis, but actually the domino effect of several things happening all at the same time?
That's a really, really good point, because what you do get is the confluence of risk coming together. And you're right. Ironically, when you have a significant area that's burnt and had issues associated with wildfire, it stops the drainage being where it needs to be going forward, so it makes it more likely to flood. That's one of the reasons the vehicles that we've purchased are actually multi-purpose. So during the summer they can be used for wildfire provision, but during the autumn and winter they've got the capability of assisting with our flood response. But it's about good land management. It's also about making sure we continue to have enough green spaces to enable drainage to happen. You know, we don't want to see too many areas concreted over, for example, because that prevents drainage and leads to large area fluvial flooding. But the two things do go hand in hand, and that's why we have to be flexible in our operational response. And the new all-terrain vehicles that we've got will provide that wildfire capability during the summer and then assist with our flood response in the autumn and the winter.
Thank you. And I don't want to get into hyperbole, but also it's not hyperbolic to say that wildfires and floods are coming. We know that's a fact. We also know when we look at places like Valencia, the risk of loss of life, sadly, is certainly a possibility, if not a probability. Are you confident that the fire brigade are resourced as much as they need to avoid loss of life?
So I am. We have the resources to deal with the risks as they currently present themselves. It's why we made the asks that we did within our budget submission at the end of last year. But again, going back to the questions that I've been asked today, we have to keep coming back to this because risk continues to evolve and evolve at pace. We have to make sure the organisation keeps pace with that change. So if I have to come back here next year and actually request additional resourcing, or we have to look differently about what we've currently got, then I will be unashamed in doing that. But we have to keep it under constant review. And that's really the challenge we face now as a sector that we didn't face 10 years ago, where actually it was quite straightforward in terms of what we required the fire service to deal with. Now you're dealing with a multiplicity of risk. We just need to make sure we keep pace with that. And if that then means I have to come back and ask for additional resource, or there are other areas that we need to consider, then we will absolutely do that.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, good morning to Deputy Mayor and the Commissioner. Commissioner, how much money does the Fire Brigade spend each year repairing vehicles from damage from potholes?
I would. You'll have to apologise. I'd have to come back with you on the specifics around pothole repairs. But obviously, we're very keen to see the infrastructure be maintained to enable our fire appliances to get where they need to get to. But I'm happy to take a look at it and discuss with our fleet team if we were able to provide some of that information.
I am gutted, Commissioner, that you did not have that information to hand. So please do better next time. So, Deputy Mayor, what measures does the Fire Brigade have in place to deal with the creation of new towns?
The Fire Brigade. Well, as you would have heard John say earlier, that the CRMP is revised every year. And so that will take into account any additional risks that are coming forward as a result of increase in the extent of the urban environment. And the new towns in particular will feature in their review of risk, whether that requires an additional appliance at a neighbouring station or even a new station, or, as I said, an opportunity to relocate a station that can better serve that new area and its existing area. That would all be looked at through the CRMP.
Thank you for that answer. And Commissioner, are you comfortable that the Fire Brigade will be properly consulted sufficiently at early stages at the two proposed new towns in London?
I am comfortable because of the structures that we've built up over recent years and the relationships that currently exist. But again, it's something we have to keep coming back to time and time again to ensure that our voice is being heard in local planning decisions. And we've had the discussion around statutory versus non-statutory, and I think you know my view. So we have to keep coming back to it, and we have to make sure that our view is being taken into account, that we've got quality housing, but it's quality safe housing, which is the endeavour I know everyone on the Assembly would share.
Thank you for that. Back to you, Jules. Last year, I asked the question about with building out with the administration's plan to build outward and potential new towns. I asked about the prospect of new bases being considered or new fire stations being considered in that, and I was told that they weren't being considered. So, just picking up from your answer now, the idea of potentially putting new stations in is now back on the table.
I think it's premature to say that specifics are being looked at. I mean, the two potential new towns haven't even been confirmed. So we're a long way, anyone, not just we, I use the word generally, that no one is looking at specific layouts, proposals. So that would come, I think what will happen is that if they and when they are confirmed, one would look at their extent. That would be fed into the CRMP, and that requirement would be established, and then that in turn would be fed back into the master planning of the new town. And then we obviously, inevitably, would be looking at the developers to perhaps make provision for that and to minimise the cost of the public purse. And so if I've said previously it wasn't actually being actively looked at, it would have been in that we're not at that stage yet.
Assembly Member Irani.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for the Commissioner. How do you intend to ensure that the continued delivery of the modern firefighter training programme beyond 26 is continued to be delivered and properly funded, while providing or ensuring that the funding for future pay awards is also taken into account?
Well, just in terms of the question around the modern firefighting, so in terms of the budget gap that we had identified at the end of last year, 8.9 million of that was associated with the modern firefighting training programme. Now, we were quite unashamed about that, because for all the reasons that we've discussed this morning's Assembly meeting, is that we needed to make sure that our training genuinely reflects the risk that firefighters are now dealing with, and that doesn't come cheap. You know, there's a cost imperative that comes around it, which is why I'm grateful for the position that we've now got to, that we've got to a balanced budget, and the Mayor and the GLA, and it's had cross-party support, I have to say. You know, I was very grateful for the letter that came from the Budget and Performance Committee at the end of last year that reflected the desire that we needed to bridge that gap and invest in our operational training. And now, when it comes to things like firefighter pay, and again, colleagues around the Assembly will have heard my frustration that it sits out of sync with the budget planning process in terms of firefighter pay is currently being discussed at the moment. So we set our budget without fully realising what those negotiations are going to get to. So we always assume a 2% pay award, but we are also aware that this is a national negotiation which is going on at the moment. And so we're going to need to be able to understand what that looks like once that agreement is reached. But like any good organisation in terms of its financial planning, you know, we have to make sure we've got contingencies and we've got reserves in place to deal with any, not just in terms of firefighter pay, but any type of risk or contingency that we need to deal with. So that's just part of our overarching budget planning, but that does not come at the expense of our operational training programme, which is just a key priority for all the reasons which I've alluded to before.
And that contingency that you mentioned, so if the award, the pay award is different to the 2%, obviously that you've budgeted for, is that something that you're, as you've alluded to, you're going to take out of reserves, or do you have other plans, or do you envisage having to make further cuts?
It will be a combination of what we need to look at, but I'm very conscious there's an ongoing negotiation at the moment between the LGA and the Fire Brigades union, so we need to let those negotiations play out. But like any organisation that has to flex when circumstances change, whether it's to do with pay or any other particular issue that we have to deal with, then we have that built into our system, and we would have to apply that once we know what firefighter pay gets to for the next financial year.
Okay, and just going back to the modern firefighting training programme, so I mean, I've had the pleasure of actually seeing the training operation in Kilburn, where you've had all the technology being tested out, from the drones to the iPads or electronic devices that are being rolled out to make sure that the operation to, address or tackle a fire in a high-rise building is properly looked at in terms of training for firefighters. And I've also got a Babcock training centre attached to Harrow Fire Station in my constituency as well. So the importance of these operations, but also facilities, are very important to firefighters. Just looking at the long term, because you've mentioned the short term, how can you ensure that you address in the long term the needs or the training needs of the fire brigade going forward?
Well, I think the answer to that question is around what this College of Fire is going to look like moving forward, and it was a Grenfell Phase 2 recommendation which makes me think that it's going to get the resource that it requires to make it actually game-changing in terms of national consistency, national standards, something that every fire and rescue service in the UK can coalesce around to deal with the challenges that we're all facing. So I meet regularly with the chair of the National Fire Chiefs Council, Phil Garrigan, to talk about what this next version of the College of Fire looks like, because the good thing is what we have got is excellent training facilities dotted all across the UK. And as we're sending at the moment, we've sent nearly 4,500 London firefighters down to the Fire Service College in the Cotswolds, because really that's unmatched in terms of the training provision that provides. But I also look at what Manchester have got, I look at what Merseyside have got, even smaller services like West Sussex have got very, very good training facilities. So I think where we're going to get to is centres of excellence across the UK, which London Fire Brigade will be able to take advantage of underneath the umbrella of the College of Fire, which I think will give us world-class training that our firefighters will be able to experience, as well as what we're able to do within the M25 with the facilities that we've already got. And I'm ambitious there, just as much as I'm ambitious with what I think we can do by taking advantage of infrastructure that already exists underneath the banner of a new College of Fire.
Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Desai. Oh, sorry. No, just before you, it's Assembly Member Wilson. Sorry, apologies. You've got 25 seconds. Just to
it won't take
remind
that long. It's a simple question, I think. Just the wildfire response vehicles, are they diesel or electric?
They are diesel, those ones.
Thank you. So it's good to hear that operational practicalities trump net zero ideology on that particular decision. Thank you.
Assembly Member Desai.
Good afternoon, Jules and Commissioner. Commissioner, my question I think is sort of more appropriate for you to answer. So the question is, how does the London Fire Brigade work with partners and local communities to promote fire safety education?
Well, we do have, so it's a combination of what we provide centrally and also what's delivered at a local level. So as I was saying before, our borough risk management plans are rooted in their local communities, which vary right across London. It's what makes this place the magical city that it is. And the challenges you face in Barnet are very different to Sutton, which are different to Tower Hamlets, and there needs to be a posture according. Now, in terms of youth engagement, the fact that we've got fire cadet units across all of our London boroughs is absolutely key to that, to making sure that we're engaging with local communities. And again, going back to the conversation we had before around the pipeline into the London Fire Brigade and making sure Londoners feel that this is a career of choice for them, the fire cadets actually offer a way into the organisation. And actually, if you are a fire cadet, there are less barriers to overcome in order to become a London Fire Brigade firefighter, which is great. But we also have a central schools team that go out and deliver community engagement work at local schools. Our local crews do a significant amount of community engagement work, both in terms of schools and with youth groups. Sitting in that local borough structure, the local structures that exist around the safety groups, and making sure we're embedded at that local level is the way that we continue to engage both youth engagement and community engagement more broadly.
Yes, I mean, I could sort of give you some good work being done in my constituency of City and East London. I mean, in Newham, the commander invites local community groups to local fire stations to celebrate various community events. They had a stall recently, well, over the weekend, I think, in Westfields, which was very well attended. My supplementary was going to be about the cadet service, but you already referred to them. But in terms of the service, where are we? Can you give us an up-to-date picture in terms of numbers? And because I know the police cadet service has been reorganized. I mean, I've seen some of the cadets in action in Dagenham, and just great, along with their families coming along.
So we're completely committed to the fire cadet programme and having it in every London borough, which is where we are now, and we need to continue in that investment to continue to support it, not only in terms of what it does from youth provision, but also, as I say, the pipeline into the organisation, because actually if you've been a London fire cadet, and actually our cadet units are very gender balanced, they look like London, and actually we want to see that as a real pathway into the organisation. So the commitment in terms of our youth engagement work is focused around our fire cadets. Now, we've had to take decisions around other youth engagement work that we've had to step away from, so things like a life course that we used to run historically, and now we're just concentrating on making sure that the fire cadet offer is where it needs to be, and long may that continue, and that's a key priority.
So in terms of numbers, where are we? I mean, each year, how many cadets do you recruit?
I would need to come back to you with the exact figures. I'm more than happy to write with the exact figures of cadets and how many we've got and what that looks like on an annual basis.
And how do you go about recruiting them? Through schools, through colleges, through adverts to the local press?
It's a whole range of things. So it's the use of social media. There's a whole communication strategy that sits around our fire cadets units to make sure that they are seen and they are available for children and young people in the local communities to come and access. So it's a mixture of all sorts of different communication avenues to make sure that the cadets, but we have no shortage of people coming forward. I will come back with the exact figures for you, but we have no shortage in filling our cadet units, and it's seen as a really, really good thing to do. And even for those who don't necessarily see themselves having a career in the London Fire Brigade, the life skills that it provides to these young people, and it helps contribute to things like crime reduction and antisocial behaviour and a whole range of other things, is something that, as a service, I'm keen that we continue to provide that bigger social value than just the role that we have as our statutory function in terms of fire and rescue services. I think we have such a bigger role to play in community cohesion and giving young people a sense of belonging and purpose, and the fire cadets are the best example of that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
OK, I've got some questions, so I need to go on the clock. Can I just take you back to an earlier answer you gave about the risks that we're facing and the challenges in terms of facing those risks? And you gave out some very, I think, I think it was a e-scooter bike fire a day in terms of that facing. Do you think that we are doing enough about highlighting those risks to the general public around what those potential threats are? And should we? I don't think it's the fire service alone. I think others need to do it. Should we be highlighting those lists without raising real alarm? I've always thought that we've pulled our punches on e-scooters and e-bikes, and actually that risk has grown and grown from the very early days. What's the view amongst the professionals?
Well, I would certainly welcome any additional support that the London Assembly and the GLA more broadly can assist us. But I think you're right. This is a national issue for us to deal with, which is why we've concentrated our effort in two main areas, really. First of all was around the changes of legislation, because we want to see legislation, and to be fair, that's now on the statute books. What we now need to see is the secondary legislation come forward. So any assistance in continuing to lobby government to see that happen sooner rather than later would be gratefully received. Certainly from a London Fire Brigade perspective, and in the answer to Assemblymember Bakari earlier on, Charge Safe, the campaign that we've launched, has been one of our biggest successes in terms of getting the message out there around e-bikes and e-scooters. And as I said, we did a big piece of work in the run-up to Black Friday at the end of last year. But there's still an awful lot more for us to do, Chair, the truth be told. I think this is an emerging issue. If you look at those figures when I was quoting before, 20 in 2020, and now we're over 200 when we look at 2025. And because this technology has continued to evolve and develop, we know that it's an issue that's going to continue as we move forward. But it has to be regulated properly because the technology is not going anywhere, and I appreciate that, and it's part of the overarching infrastructure of the country. But I think the more we can do to continue to highlight the risks and people taking sensible precautions, buying off reputable manufacturers is absolutely fine. And we want to see this technology evolve, and we want to see people be able to use it safely. But at the same time, we can also see what we've got is a rising tide in terms of the numbers of e-vehicle fires and e-bike and e-scooter fires that we're dealing with. So the more support we can get on that, the more it'll be welcomed, no question. And I think there's probably more that the National Fire Chiefs Council could be doing as a collective. And that is a conversation that I'm having with Phil Garrigan, the chair of the NFCC, to see what more we can do to push it forward.
So would you welcome Assembly members on all sides, if they were willing to do it, if you provided the material, to put out through their networks of alerting people to those risks and taking sensible precautions?
I absolutely would, Chair. I mean, the thing is, we have got a lot of really, really good material that's hosted on our webpage at the moment, on the London Fire Brigade webpage. And funny enough, I had a meeting with a senior leader within Peabody Housing Association, and we were talking about e-bikes and e-scooters, and she was able to use some of the material that we had on her website and her particular LinkedIn page. And I can see from the reaction of that spread right across the whole housing association sector. So I think the more that we can do at that, if I can use your social media profiles and the influence that you have, we would absolutely welcome that. And a lot of the material is already there. So the Charge Safe campaign material is all hosted on our website, and the more that we can push that out there that raises that awareness to the general public, the better.
And to the Deputy Mayor, do you not think through the wider, different parts of this organisation that we belong to, the GLA family, are talking constantly to different interest groups? I mean, we've mentioned housing associations. We're constantly involved with those. We meet with those. Isn't there a moment in time when we should be pushing messages where we know on terms of housing providers, where they're doing storage, where they've got people in their properties, etc., etc. Shouldn't we be starting to think about what the messaging campaign, not just by the fire service, by other providers, saying, well, you play your part as well, and shouldn't the Mayor be encouraging them?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. I think the longer answer is some of it is done. Is it comprehensive? Can more be done? No and yes, yeah.
Okay. Can we then, can I just very quickly turn round to the issue about the status of the service, the wider issues of the service? You're known for tackling fires, but do people really realise the service that you provide, not just in terms of the emergency response, but also some of those allied services? I always have a worry, and over the years I've been part of the scrutiny of the fire service. I've been actually on the fire authority in a previous life. Do you not think that there should be some engagement of opinion formers and those folk in government, whatever parties in government at the time, to understand that type of service that you're delivering as it's changed over the years?
I think that's a really, really fundamental point, actually, that the fire and rescue sector has evolved massively over the last sort of 30 to 40 years. The bulk of our work is actually technical rescue work. We rescue more people from technical rescue incidents than we do from fire scenarios, and that's been the case for some time now. And we are having to adapt. We're having to think differently about what we do. I think there is a broader issue around what people think when they think of the Fire and Rescue Service, or they think of London Fire Brigade particularly. What do they think of? And that's part of the employee value proposition work that we're doing in terms of our outreach, because I don't think it's already all well known in terms of the different types of incidents that we go to, the range of calls that the London Fire Brigade go to. So there's definitely something there about what more we can do to actually highlight the role of the Fire and Rescue Service and London Fire Brigade in particular, because it has changed. It's changed significantly over the last 30 to 40 years, and no doubt it will change again over the next 10 to 15. I think the last 5 to 10 years in particular, we've seen really quite radical change. You know, we're doing things like collapse behind locked doors support to the London Ambulance Service and the Metropolitan Police, you know, assisting other agencies. The drone technology that we're talking about, you know, we're looking to have that shared across the piece, you know, talking to the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police around drones as a first responder, sharing that capability with them, because there's all sorts of uses for us as well as there is for the Metropolitan Police and the London Ambulance Service. So all of this type of work, people won't necessarily know that that's what the fire brigade does. So there probably is still much more for us to do in terms of a publicity campaign explaining the role of the London Fire Brigade, particularly when it comes to discussions with government around funding. You know, I'm particularly interested in where we can step into civil defence and civil resilience. I think there's a huge opportunity for the sector to step into that space, but there is definitely more for us to do in terms of actually highlighting the work that the fire brigade does. And we're great value for money in terms of what you get, particularly in a global city like London. If you compare us to New York, to Paris, to Tokyo, we are considerably more modest in everything that we do in terms of what we deliver. And I think the more we can say that, the better.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, it's something that I've consistently said to the Fire Committee, that in my opinion, coming into this role, it seemed to me that over, you know, decades previously, as a nation, we got complacent about fire because, not least, you know, all the kind of regulation, really great regulation that's been brought in, as such as, you know, the flammability of furniture, for example, reduction in smoking. We've seen a huge drop-off in those kind of fires. And that combined with a fire is a fire, what changes? The fire hasn't changed for millennia. I think that's lulled the nation into a false sense of security about the need for investment, the need for different kit, and the need for training. We've rehearsed a lot of issues today, you know, whether it's be wildfires, flooding, lithium-ion batteries, which obviously are replacing the old threats with new threats, higher-rise buildings, denser buildings, and even hoarding. The brigade recorded about 1,000 incidents that are related to hoarding in 2025, the highest since 22. You know, that we have. It's always going to move. It's always going to need more investment in kit and training. So it's absolutely vital, to your point about we do need to raise the issue, particularly in the consciousness of decision makers and government.
Thank you very much. Now we're out of time. We're coming to the end. If there's an appetite around the room to support our colleagues in the fire service around some of that package, I know the fire committee is very good at it. Those that have been on it, then maybe we should talk to our colleagues in Secretariat. How best can we do that and support you in that work? Because I think the risk, in particular, we need to get it out in bigger networks than probably what's carrying on now.
Assembly Member Prince is indicating.
Sorry, Assembly Member Prince.
10 seconds, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner, could you write to me, please, as to how many days where there were 20 or more LFB appliances were unavailable, off the run, as you call it, and why, please?
Yes, more than happy to give that commitment, Chair. Yep.
Thank you very much. OK, so I think we have now come to the end of our question and answer session. And so thank you to our guests for answering our questions today. You're welcome. You'll be happy to know you can leave the chamber while we just conclude our business. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? So in order to extend the meeting, we just need to take the formal position. Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Orders 2.9a in accordance with provision of Standing Orders 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed?
Agreed.
Now, at this point, I'd like to propose the Assembly now adjourn for 30 minutes and returns at
12:50, Chair.
12:50 before continuing the remaining business on the agenda. Are members in agreement? Agreed. No, I can't welcome you back yet. I turn on my mic. Can I welcome you back to the remaining part of this agenda? We're moving on to item 5, petitions. Can I ask Assembly Member Turrell to present the first petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. The first petition I'm presenting, I've got two, spoiler alert, I might just stay standing, is the Save Our Streets petition, tackling speeding across Hayes and Coney Hall. And the prayer of the petition is that we, the undersigned, call on the Mayor of London, Sir Sadiq Khan, as Chair of Transport for London, to install new speed cameras on roads in Hayes and Coney Hall to reduce speeding and support Bromley Council in reducing death and serious injury on roads. We strongly believe speed cameras are needed on Bourne Vale, Pickhurst Lane, Baston Road, Heathfield Road, Gates Green Road. These roads are blighted by speeding traffic, and speed cameras would help deter drivers from driving at dangerous speeds and adhere to the speed limit. The petition has been signed by 211 people, and the lead petitioner is Councillor Josh Coldspring-White.
Thank you for that. Can I also ask Assembly Member Turrell to present the second petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you again, Chair. This is the Save Bexley Heath Police Station petition, with the lead petitioner being Louis French MP. The petition has been signed by 5,616 people, and the prayer of the petition reads: the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, is making 260 million of cuts to the Metropolitan Police Service, axing 1,700 police officers and staff, removing officers from schools and closing front counters. Under these plans, Bexley Heath's police station will be closed overnight to victims of crime and to the public. From December 2025, the front counter will only be open between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. on Monday to Friday, and between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. on weekends. Bexley Heath Police Station's overnight front counter offers a safe harbour to victims of crime, women and girls, and vulnerable residents. It is the only place at night that Bexley residents can report a crime locally. Closing the front counter is a huge mistake, especially considering Bexley Heath's busy nightlife. That is why I've, Louis French, launched a petition with the Conservative Council candidates for Bexley Heath, Councillor Rag Sundar, Councillor Bola Carthew and Hanger Gillespie, to save Bexley Heath Police Station. If you oppose Labour's plans to reduce opening hours, please sign the petition today and share it with your family and friends. We, the undersigned, ask the Mayor of London to keep Bexley Heath's police front counter open overnight.
Can I ask Assembly Member Bakari to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Thank you. A pre-feasibility study was undertaken in autumn 2023 to consider which of the 12 stations on the Northern Line between Borough and South Wimbledon are best suited for step-free investment. South Wimbledon was rated highly in terms of deliverability, but was not prioritised for a full feasibility study with a view to start works. We, the undersigned, call on Transport for London to bring step-free access to South Wimbledon Tube Station as a priority.
OK, can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petitions to the Mayor or to Transport for London as appropriate for their responses? OK, petitions update. Can I ask the Assembly to note the response received to the petition presented on the 3rd of July 2025 at the London Assembly plenary meeting? Thank you.
We're all mentally moved on to motions.
That's right. Now on item 7, motions. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a, the following discussion with Assembly Party groups have agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting, so that the mover of the motion amendment may speak up to 3 minutes, the seconder of the motion or amendment may speak up to 2 minutes, any other speeches may last up to 2 minutes. We're now moving on to motions. The first motion, fire safety residential evacuation plans, in the name of Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. Almost half the disabled people living in Grenfell Tower died in the tragedy that took place on 14th of June 2017. If you were disabled, you were over twice as likely to lose your life. And that is the stark reality of the heightened risks disabled people face. Before the tragedy, disabled people raised safety concerns on numerous occasions, but they were dismissed, bullied and ignored. And afterwards, the Grenfell inquiry recommended that there should be personal emergency evacuation plans for residents whose ability to self-evacuate may be compromised. And the government is now introducing new regulations on residential personal emergency evacuation plans, known as RPEPs. While the intention is welcome, disability organisations like Inclusion London have told us that in practice, these regulations fall short. Building managers, for example, are only required to make reasonable endeavours to identify people, not their best efforts, and there is no clear minimum standard for how they must reach residents. In reality, that could mean just one single letter or a totally inaccessible communication method, and then no follow-up. But because they sent one letter, managers can say that that was reasonable, duty done. Well, that's not good enough, and it's not right that residents may be expected to request support themselves, even if they have never heard of RPEPs or been given information that they can actually access. We're shifting the burden onto disabled residents themselves and letting the people who should be taking responsibility off the hook. There's no clear protection against costs also being shifted onto disabled residents for any adjustments needed, and because the regulations apply only to certain categories of residential buildings, some disabled residents may still fall outside the scope altogether. This motion is not about attacking the principle of regulations, it's about strengthening them to deliver the Grenfell recommendations intended, and that's why we're asking the Mayor to press the government to tighten these rules, work with the deaf and disabled people's organisations and make sure that the final framework is effective and not on paper, but in practice. Because evacuation planning is not an optional extra, it is a matter of equality and dignity. And ultimately, this motion is about saving lives and preventing future tragedies. And I hope every party here will lend their support today.
Assembly Member Roberts to second.
Second and reserve my right, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, open for debate. I've seen Assembly Member Clark.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Lib Dems for including our group in the discussions about this issue. The inquiry indeed recommended those responsible for high-rise buildings should prepare PEEPs for residents whose ability to self-evacuate may be compromised. These recommendations have passed through the democratic lawmaking process now, and we very much welcome the new legislation. We welcome the comments made by deaf and disabled groups and the concerns they have raised about how these new duties will be delivered in practice. Responsible persons, often registered housing providers, must meet the letter and spirit of the law by engaging with tenants, working collaboratively with them to develop plans that can be actioned if needed. The new guidance applies to RPs from April. We don't want to hold this up. We want to find out if it works in practice. We also know that the regulations require RPs to gain a tenant's explicit consent before working with them to develop a PEEP. Unfortunately, the wording in the Lib Dem motion seeks to push back on the idea of consent being needed. We cannot ask RPs to prepare emergency plans and share information without tenants' explicit consent. This is a very outdated view of disabled people's status and rights in our society. We will therefore abstain and recognize the need to keep pushing for RPs to deliver for disabled Londoners. It is essential that these new regulations are made to work in practice, and we will be asking for evaluation from those who are experts, both by experience and by profession. The inquiry has placed new duties on a range of people and organizations, and we owe it to those impacted by this horrible fire to get this right. Thank you.
Any other contributions to this debate? Can we move to the second?
Thank you, Chair. The current approach by the government simply does not go far enough. With this motion, it's not our intention to criticise the government. This is simply a case of trying to make these important regulations fit for purpose and effective in practice. Deaf and disabled people across London have significant concerns about these plans that originally held so much promise. We must not make the mistake again of dismissing their voices and concerns, which is precisely what happened in the run-up to the Grenfell tragedy. This is our chance to get it right. And the regulations as drafted simply do not do that. There is a world of difference between requiring reasonable endeavours, which could be discharged in a single inaccessible letter once in a blue moon, and requiring best efforts. A systematic and proactive effort to engage and establish individual needs and vulnerabilities in a fire emergency is vital. Subtle changes to wording, vague definitions and the lightening of the burden on responsible persons risks putting the safety of disabled Londoners in question. This is not what meaningful evacuation planning looks like. It is therefore right that we call upon the government to rethink its plans for our peeps, as well as on the Mayor of London and the London Fire Commissioner to make meaningful efforts to prevent disabled people from being left behind and left in danger. I would also add that this motion which we have put forward is supported by Inclusion London, so it is supported by the very communities which we are hoping to protect, and it ill behoves any of us to think that we can speak on their behalves to the contrary. So I hope that you will join myself and Assemblymember Bakari, do the right thing and back this motion for the sake of London's 1.5 million disabled Londoners. Thank you.
Looking to sum up, Assemblymember Bakari.
Thank you. I mean, these regulations have to be strengthened in order to properly protect disabled Londoners. I'm hoping for support across the chamber, and respectfully, I am disappointed that Labour will be abstaining on this. We've tried to work on this together, but it's a shame. And as an Assembly, we cannot change the regulations ourselves, but we can use our collective voice and that of the Mayor to influence government to improve these regulations. And as Assembly Member Roberts has just said, this is a motion that has been put forward working very hard with Inclusion London. We've done this before. We are the voice of London, and we are here to speak for all Londoners, and this is our chance to make sure that they are truly heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
But before we proceed to the vote, Chair, just a reminder that an alteration to this motion was circulated last night. So to be clear, we will be voting on the altered version that members have had.
Okay, those in favour, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 votes in favour, Chair.
Those against?
There are no votes against, Chair. That is carried.
Okay, let's move on to the next motion. Right to jury trial, moved by Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Now, as I think I've said in this chamber before, my political gut instincts are libertarian. That's why I left the Conservatives over the egregious assault on individual freedom that was lockdown. And that same core principle guides my thinking here too. The right to a jury trial is one of Britain's most historic and hard-fought freedoms, tracing back 800 years to Magna Carta, which promised that no one would lose their liberty or property without the lawful judgment of his peers and the law of the land. It goes right to the heart of public confidence in the fairness of verdicts. Yes, sometimes verdicts will be reached that seem strange and that personally I disagree with, and yesterday's verdict in the Palestine Action case is one such example. But fundamentally, I agree with the judge and legal philosopher Lord Devlin, who in 2017 described trial by jury as the lamp that shows that freedom lives. So why are these proposals even on the table in the first place? We know there's a backlog of cases, around 80,000 nationally, nearly 19,000 here in London. But this is caused by mismanagement and poor facilities, not by jury trials. So let's look at some examples. In Harrow, all 8 courtrooms have been shut since August 2023 due to racked concrete. In Snaresbrook, my local court, it regularly operates with a third of its 20 courtrooms closed due to maintenance issues, flooding and heating. In Isleworth, 5-year delays caused by a lack of judges and staff, not a lack of jurors. Over 20% of London's trials fail to start on their scheduled day. This is due to staff shortages, overlisting by the courts and a lack of available barristers. This is mismanagement. That's the problem, not the principle of jury trials. I'd like to ask, if this authoritarian government is happy to scrap an 800-year-old liberty, then what is next? But we don't have to ask. We can look at their record. They would have locked down harder, faster, deeper and longer. We have online censorship at record levels, possible social media ban for teenagers, and cancelling elections for 4 million people, many of whom will be facing that cancellation for the 2nd year running. And, of course, digital ID, where I would like to think that our motion here just a few weeks ago had a decisive impact on that particular U-turn from the government. I'd like to hope we can achieve the same result here today. That's why I'm asking for support for this motion. Thank you.
Okay, to second, Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. I so second and reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Let's be clear about what is actually at stake in these criminal justice reforms. Right now, there are too many victims who are waiting years for their cases to come to court. Just 2 months ago, Met Police Commissioner Rowley informed the Assembly in this chamber that cases are now being listed for 2030. The Victims Commissioner has said that if these reforms are not enacted, we'll see a backlog of over 100,000 cases. So I ask Assembly Member Wilson, would he have victims wait 6 years for a trial? 7? 8? That's not justice. Victims and, in our system of due process, defendants deserve justice. And who's responsible for the broken court system? Well, we've just heard an interesting analysis of broken buildings. However, we haven't really got to the heart of the issue. The criminal justice system as a whole was decimated by years of Conservative and coalition mismanagement and underfunding. The CPS had to make massive cuts along with the probation service, the prison service and the court service, all since 2010. Over 160 magistrates' courts and 8 Crown Court centres have been cut back. Therefore, are we surprised at the backlog given this systematic demolition of our justice system? In just 5 years, from 2019 to 2024, when Assembly Member Wilson's new best friends, Suella Braverman and Robert Jenrick, were in government, doing nothing for victims, the backlog doubled to 73,000 cases. Why isn't he asking them what they were thinking instead of putting forward this hollow motion? It's ironic that the parties criticising these reforms are the ones who've spent years trying to weaken human rights protections, limit access to justice and undermine legal safeguards. You cannot, on one hand, rail against so-called activist courts and on the other suddenly discover a concern for victims' access to justice. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I would refer Assembly Member Ahmed to Google. It does exist, and you can look at the history of our government. Labour closed 171 courts between 1997 and 2010, bringing in the view that we could centralise, we could go to a computer system. This was continued by the coalition. Because crime was going down, they closed 170 courts, and that was fine. What I was going to say, something more rational, was that Labour brought in this change into the system that we would move to centralisation, we would move to courts that operated on a technical basis and through the web. The coalition government continued that system. The Conservative government continued that system, and it never worked. And I've always said it never worked, and I will agree with that position, whether it's a Labour government, a coalition government or a Conservative government. The Conservatives did realise that post-2019 and began to put the biggest injection of cash into our court system that we've ever seen. But the issue there was COVID, was the lockdown, that we decided to lock down our jury system, and that is what led to the backlog. Now what leads to the backlog today is that you have courts with 50% of sitting days, a third of sitting days. That does not work for justice. Now, I want to get onto the jury trials. The jury trial is flawed, but it is not the reason for the backlog in our system. And I want to get to that because if you look at that, we are no longer in the age of Magna Carta. And we have to recognise the fact that now we have jury trials where that jury goes into a room, people will turn around and say, I don't speak enough English to know what is being said in that courtroom. I don't understand the evidence that was presented to me in that courtroom. We have cases where juries come out and say, I was bullied into making a decision. Jury trials need to be looked at, but they cannot be blamed for the backlog. And this is a false equivalence. Yes, we need to come up with a better system. Yes, we need to stop criminals exploiting the system, asking for a jury system because they know it compromises witnesses and evidence by delaying the case. But we cannot do away with it. We need to sophisticate the jury system and make it work because the principles exist. The principles of what a jury system stands for with liberation exist today, and we cannot blame it for backlogs. We must make it fit for the future.
Thank you. Now, I think it's Assembly Member Roberts. Yes?
Thank you, Chair. Luke's Gospel tells us that there is greater joy in heaven over one sinner that repenteth. And it is delightful, therefore, to hear the Reform Group talking so openly and so passionately about civil liberties and protecting our human rights. It's absolutely marvellous. And they are right. We do need to preserve the right to juries. Now, we don't need to have a jury trial in every case. Not at all. When somebody is banged to rights, when they are guilty, such as Nathan Gill, for example, the former leader of Reform in Wales, 8 counts of taking money from the Russians. He pled guilty, so there was no need for a trial. However, I'm confident that should he had decided to opt for jury trial, then they would have come to the right decision. However, I am concerned that sometimes we don't see Reform being quite so enthusiastic about reform, about civil liberties, and being able to make sure that people's right to a trial is upheld. Richard Tice, for example, spends an enormous amount of time in Dubai, where they don't have trial by jury, and yet he wants to bring in some of the tough crackdowns on crime, such as they have in Dubai, to this country. So really, it's great that we are seeing this conversion, this zeal for civil liberties and human rights from Reform. And I do hope that with this newfound enthusiasm, with this real zeal and fervour for jury trials, that their paymasters, the Reform paymasters in Moscow and other shady areas of the world, may take note and find out that here in England we look after our people, we make sure that we have jury trials and that we uphold the rights of the individual wherever possible. Thank you.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. Though I'm sure I'm not the only one alone in still being none the wiser on how the Lib Dems are about to vote on this motion. I will be supporting this motion this afternoon, and I'm opposed to the loss of jury trials because actually it is fundamentally a sinister loss of power in the people and more power to the state. Because in order to get convicted in a jury trial, a prosecutor must prove to a panel of randomly selected individuals with no legal experience that crime was committed. The decision on whether then to put someone in prison or to pass down law enforcement rests with the people. Under these changes, that power transfers over to the state. And that is what I'm against, the movement away from people to more bureaucrats. And that is why I'll be backing this system to keep that principle, that in order to be found guilty in this country, you must be convicted by a panel of your peers.
OK, I'm looking for others who comes in. So I've got Assembly Member Boff.
I think I do agree that I'm concerned, like the Assembly member who's proposed it, about Labour's willingness to reduce our fundamental civil rights. And I'm concerned how easily the Labour Party can dispose of those fundamental rights on only 33% of the vote at the last election. So I'm sure the member will join with me in being so grateful to the European Convention on Human Rights, which prevents Labour from going any further. And of course, there's an international treaty. That means that they can't go further, because I've seen socialism. I know that they talk about rights, but as soon as they get an opportunity to get rid of some, they'll drop them. So let's be grateful today for the European Convention on Human Rights, and I will be unusually supporting your motion.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether Assemblymember Garbutt is going to be able to tell us what the Liberal Democrats are going to be doing, because I noticed she's wearing the same colours. It's been causing some confusion on this side of the chamber. Look, more seriously, 3% of trials. I mean, there seems a bit of hyperbole going on. 3% of trials involve a jury. And if you were to not have a jury in those trials, it would not then become, as Assemblymember Turrell seemed to be saying, the long arm of the state. That, we have a fairly established legal system that includes magistrates and judges. So that is where it would go to. It wouldn't suddenly be decided by, I don't know, somebody's office in the Home Office. Sentences would not be handed down by mysterious and anonymous bodies. It would be trained people who've gone through judicial training, either as magistrates to a lower level of training or to a very high level of training and very high levels of experience, who are judges. But just to comment on the current state of the jury system, strangely enough, I have had this experience twice. I know a lot of people never get to serve on a jury. And I served on a jury at the Old Bailey quite a number of years ago. It was incredibly organised. I actually served on 2 cases in the 2 weeks that I was there. Good directions from the judge. Everything was, went to the end and was all sorted out. More recently, I went to, I won't say which court it was actually, but it was a magistrates' court. It wasn't the Old Bailey this time. I have never been so shocked in my whole life at the absolute mess. You couldn't even get into the building because there weren't enough people to search you on your way in. Then most of the courts were empty, and potential jurors who had been called, were all sitting around and not being... I mean, there is a problem at the moment with the backlog of cases. There is a massive backlog. Okay. We do need, for a temporary period, I think, to do what the government is suggesting. Please oppose this motion.
So I've got Assembly Member Giorgio.
Thank you, Lord Lane. I don't think I've ever in 2 years heard an Assembly member argue for the motion and then say she was going to vote against it. It's the first time for everything. But, on this side, we like to keep receipts of what Labour politicians say. And there was one individual that said that jury trials are a fundamental part of a democratic settlement. Criminal trials without juries are a bad idea. This individual also said that jury trials are a filter for prejudice, Lord Lane. This individual also said you don't fix the backlog with trials that are widely perceived as unfair. This person said if it went ahead was a wholly draconian act. Draconian, the lefties love that word. Well, on that side over there they do. Now, was this individual that wonderful woman Kemi Badenoch? Was it Nigel Farage? Was it another leader in our midst, one Zach Polanski? Was it Mr. Waterslide himself, Sir Ed Davey? No. It was Calamity Lammy, the now Justice Secretary that is proposing the things that not so long ago he hated. So I will leave the receipts available for whoever wants to see them, Mr. Chairman, and I would love to see them vote the way they are, even though this group will be supporting the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Assembly Member Garbutt.
Yesterday's historic verdict shows exactly why we need trial by jury. After 17 months of unlawful imprisonment, none of the 6 activists were convicted of any offence over the break-in at Elbit Systems factory in 2024. They face the possibility of life sentences, and yet a jury, under extraordinary political pressure, refused to criminalise them. It was so powerful to see Ellie, Zoe, Fatima Zainab, Charlotte and Jordan walk through the prison gates yesterday. And while this verdict is a victory, the injustice is far from over. Most of the Filton 24 will remain locked away. And Samuel Corner, despite not being found guilty yesterday, shamefully had his bail rejected and has been sent back to prison after already serving more than a year. This Labour government want to scrap trial by jury to cement their desire to completely crush dissent and for protesters to have no defence at all. The irony is it was David Lammy himself who argued in 2017 review into the treatment and outcomes of black, Asian and minority ethnic people in the criminal justice system, which was commissioned by David Cameron, that juries act as a filter for prejudice and that scrapping trial by jury would increase miscarriages of justice. Tom Wainwright, one of the barristers on the case, told the court in his closing remarks why is it that those in power want to take away the right to trial by jury? The jury system gives power to the people. The role of the jury is one of essential checks and balances of which the criminal justice system rests. Yesterday proved that point. Yes, there's backlogs in court, and yes, it's true that the court system is on the brink of collapse, but juries didn't cause it. 15 years of austerity did. Justice budgets have been slashed since 2010, cases are routinely cancelled, and over 80,000 Crown Court cases are stuck waiting. But the answer is not to dismantle a centuries-old system, but to fund the justice system properly, because juries are one of the last defences against authoritarianism.
I'm now going to go to Assembly Member Prince, who's reserved his right to speak.
Thank you, Lord Lane. I'd like to thank, first of all, Assembly Member Roberts for his comedic contribution. Thank you. Also, interesting from Assembly Member Ahmed that she outlined the failings, which clearly are the system, but as always, Labour are blaming someone else. How long will Labour blame everybody else for their failings when it comes to this horrendous backlog in jury trials? Just a quick note for Assembly Member Turrell. The jury do not decide the sentences. They don't send people to prison. The judge does. I say that with the experience of been on a jury 5 times. Once was a murder case in the Old Bailey Court 1. But we won't talk about that because I can't. So basically, what we need here is we need to defend British citizens' right to a jury trial. People, whether I like it or not, are not guilty, whether I like them or not, I should say, are not guilty until they are proven guilty at trial. And every British citizen should have the right to be judged by their peers. Because at the end of the day, however good a judge is, they will have seen case after case after case, and they become conditioned. Whereas a jury will take a fresh look at something, and it's right, it's up to the lawyers to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt. They are not conditioned by having sat in front of cases again and again and again. So absolutely I will be supporting, and I ask everybody in this room to support the basic human right in this great country of ours to jury by trial. Thank you.
Assembly Member Garrett.
I think this debate really captures something about the incoherent, two-faced duplicity of the Green Party, which disgusts me, frankly. We hear all the time in this chamber and in the Police and Crime Committee concern about violence against women and girls. Not when it's a police officer lying on the ground, struck by a man wielding a sledgehammer. Not only, there's a delight. There is an absolute relish that we have just heard from Assemblymember Garbett that the people committing these crimes, smashing their way into a building, threatening the people inside, physically attacking the people inside, including the police officers who were there to try and maintain order and calm, not just defending some abstract right to what they might claim was peaceful protest. This is thuggery, this is violence, this is just pure mayhem in pursuit of an absurd cause which which they now stand here and not just defend, but take delight in those people getting away. I'm disgusted, Chair, disgusted. I think it's important that people at home who may be thinking of voting Green understand the kind of people that they are. Can I also say a short word about Labour? I admire the courage of Assemblymember Ahmad for defending what is bound to be Labour's next U-turn. I'm sure we'll be back in here quoting her words to her shortly. And I commend Assemblymember Cooper, who has already shored up her ability to change her mind by arguing in favour of the motion and then saying that she's going to vote against it, thus covering all bases in time for the next U-turn. Thank you, Chair.
Very good.
Well done.
Okay, any more for any more? Okay, we're going to move to summing up. Assemblymember Wilson.
Thanks again, Chair, and thank you, members, for your contributions to this very interesting and very important discussion. In particular, I'd like to thank the Conservatives for supporting our motion here, and Assemblymember Tyrrell in particular hit the nail on the head when he said this is very much a loss of power to the people and more power to the state. But also thank you to Assemblymember Boff, as an aside, for reminding us why we can't trust the Tories to tackle illegal migration. Thank the Labour contributors for confirming exactly what is wrong with the current system, and it's not the principle of jury trials. I agree, too many victims are waiting too long for... too many victims are waiting too long for justice, but scrapping juries will not solve that by one jot. I think the Lib Dems are kind of on board, so thank you for that if you are. And likewise the Greens, even if coming at it from a very different angle. But that shows the benefit of multi-party democracy. Now, as others have referred to their own positive experiences of taking part in juries, just let me finish with the thoughts of my husband and his recent take on his experience at Snaresbrook when the heating was on. He said, "My experience as a juror tended to show their value. The matter was approached with due seriousness, care and attention. Nobody was flipped, nobody idle or slacked off or refused to play a proper part. It took 7 minutes to elect a foreman and reach a verdict. Would have been even quicker had the foreman been less strict and straight-laced." Those of you that know my husband think you can probably guess who the foreman of that jury was.
Okay, we've got a point of explanation, personal explanation. If you could make it, sorry, yeah, why not?
Yeah. Assemblymember Wilson seemed to think that I was talking about immigration. I was silent on immigration, as indeed is the European Convention on Human Rights, because it's clear that countries can control their own borders without abolishing their fundamental human rights. So I just wanted to clear that out for the member, because he obviously hasn't read the ECHR.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, we're now going to move to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That is 13 votes in favour, Chair. Can we see those votes against?
Those against, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next motion, U-turns. In the name of Assemblymember Hall.
You've got to add one to that now with David Lammy.
So, I really want to start with an apology, because this was actually set down a week ago and it mentions 14 U-turns. So clearly it's out of date. We're now at 15, and we've been watching our newsreels all day to see if it would be up to 16 with Sir Keir Starmer being thrown out, but not yet. So we'll wait. So we have to be serious about this, though. It's all very well for Labour to constantly U-turn, but this isn't good for the economy. It's really not good for Londoners that are struggling to try and make ends meet. We see one policy come in and then it's changed. We see another policy come in and then that's changed. Businesses don't know where they are. OAPs don't know if they're going to get heating allowances. Farmers are in a right old state because they don't know what's happening. Publicans are coming out of business, and so are small businesses in London. And we've got many, many small businesses and pubs and goodness knows what in London. And of course, we don't know what's coming down the line, because whatever Labour say, they change their minds. If you allow for recess, they've U-turned at least once a month since they've been in. This isn't good for any business. It's not good for any community. And it certainly isn't good enough for Londoners, who we represent. It's time the government stop the chaos and start prioritising real challenges that Londoners face. Thank you, Chairman.
Calling on the seconder in terms of member Giorgio.
Second and reserve my right to speak.
Okay, we have an amendment on the table in the name of Ina Bakari. Do you wish to move that at the same? Yes, let's move that at the same time. It's coming round.
Bringing it. Can we do that now, or do we need to wait?
Move it now.
Well, I want to thank the Conservative group for their motion. When I read it, I thought this is fun, but I also know that there's nothing wrong with a bit of political point scoring. There is a serious point that's being made in this motion, which is the need for political and policy stability and public confidence. And the reality is that we have seen repeated reversals, backtracks and U-turns from this government. And that's a problem, not confined to the national government. We've also seen the Mayor make and break his promises to Londoners too, like a 24/7 police counters in every borough. Do you remember that promise? Not that Labour and sadly the Greens seem to think that broken promises matter, but where I part company with the motion as currently written is this. The list is so-called U-turns is a mixed bag. Some are very disappointing, but some are actually quite necessary. For example, lifting the two-child benefit cap. It took a long time to get there, but thankfully Labour finally did the right thing. And we would have hurt so many of London's families if it hadn't been reversed. And I'm worried that as drafted, if we support this motion as it is now, it could be read as criticising the government for getting that decision right eventually. So I want to support the spirit of the motion, but not the suggestion that all U-turns are damaging. That is why we're proposing an amendment for the sake of clarity. First, to make it clear that the government U-turns were absolutely vital, and second, well, if we're going to list U-turns, good and bad, I've got some of my own. Like the failure to proceed with full leasehold abolition and scrapping of ground rent completely. The government have completely failed leaseholders with their halfway steps. The delays and dilution around the Hillsborough Law, movement on the EU Youth Mobility Scheme, after early resistance coming round to the idea that we put to the Mayor, and reversals in positions affecting trans rights, with changes with the motion recognising the change in course that is sometimes responsible. So it's only right that we support this amended motion on this basis. And Lib Dems would be happy to support the spirit. This is the amended version. This lady is for turning when it comes to the right reasons.
Assembly Member Roberts to second.
Happy to second and reserve the right, Chair.
Okay, fine. Open to debate. Assembly Member Cooper.
Straw short. Well, obviously, I don't really think you would expect us to support this motion. So, breaking news from me on behalf of the Labour group that we are not U-turning on our opposition to this. However, we did think it was quite interesting that it was the Conservatives who brought it, and Susan Hall just mentioned that there'd been a U-turn every month. Now, we've got 14 years to pick from. I thought it was probably more than 2 minutes worth of U-turns if I went through one a month. So I thought just some highlights of I think we all know that all governments make U-turns, but a bit of a major U-turn, having elected Boris Johnson as Prime Minister in December 2019, to ditch him so quickly. And then, funnily enough, after 45 days, the person who replaced him, one Liz Truss, was then ditched again. So a U-turn on the U-turn, I think one could call that, after the disastrous mini-budget. I mean, actually, of course, bringing it a bit closer to home, there was a bit of a U-turn when Assemblymember Hall was ditched by the Conservative group, who then and brought in Assemblymember Garrett. And then they U-turned on that U-turn. And welcome back Susan as the leader of the Conservatives here. But when it comes to policy, I think the Conservative government has U-turned on many things, many of which the Labour government is trying to bring through, perhaps not to the full satisfaction of Assemblymember Bakari, but bringing in the Renters Reform Bill, which is about to become an act, trying to move ahead with abolishing leasehold and bringing in common hold, fixing ground rents at only 250, and, of course, trying to make sure that there is a slightly better understanding of the economy in the Treasury rather than the kind of stuff that we had going on under Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng. So, unfortunately, we will be voting against this motion, as you would expect.
Right, let's then, any more for open debate before I go to reserves? Assemblymember Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Now, almost 2 years ago, this government was elected with a big majority, with a big mandate and great expectations. But I'm staggered at how quickly the wheels came off, it all came crashing down. There was no honeymoon, and no honeymoon was deserved as a result of the actions and the reactions of this government. It took 8 years for the shine to come off Blair. It took probably 8 months, probably even just 8 weeks for the same to happen for Starmer. Now, the wording of the motion and other contributions so far have gone through many of those policy U-turns, and the litany of failures is quite remarkable, so I won't need to repeat those. But in addition to all those U-turns, I think it is right to make reference to what happened recently with Peter Mandelson, where he's seemingly gone from being the best thing since sliced bread to now Britain's most wanted. I thought Starmer's performance at PMQs yesterday was absolutely pathetic. We all knew that Mandelson was a wrong-un the first time he had to resign. It was confirmed the second time. What planet was Starmer on in bringing him back from the political dead? What on earth was he thinking? It would be funny if it wasn't so serious. The economy is flatlining. Businesses are struggling with the highest tax burden since the war. Unemployment now at an 11-year high. Crime is rampant. Borders flung wide open. And people are desperate for a sense of direction. But all we get from this government is a sense of shambles. We were told that the grown-ups would be back in the room. How wrong they were. In addition to all those policy U-turns, we've had at least 12 ministerial resignations, including an anti-corruption minister resigning over links to a corruption investigation, a minister for homelessness resigning for evicting her own tenants, and a Secretary of State for Housing resigning for a housing tax fiddle. This is not a government of service, as Starmer promised, it's a government of self-service. Now, people are wondering what they can do about this. You have an opportunity, those of you who've not had your votes cancelled, on May the 7th. Use your vote wisely, use it to show your discontent, use it to get Labour out.
Assemblymember Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. I was disappointed that Assemblymember Cooper added to the list of Labour broken promises. She promised us a list of U-turns and failed to list a single U-turn. Just a number. The Conservative group will be rejecting the Lib Dem amendment because it fundamentally changes the motion from one about government U-turns and uncertainty to a Lib Dem wish list. If you want to enact a Lib Dem wish list, get more votes. But at the end of the day, what we are seeing, the wheels have fallen off this government. Because at the general election, the Labour manifesto, the Labour plan for our country was an A4 piece of paper that said the word change on it. They insincerely failed to tell the British public the direction they wanted to go in. Now they are becoming unstuck as they take the country down a route it does not want to have. Yes, did the previous Conservative government make mistakes? Of course, but it dealt with the first global pandemic in over a century. This Labour government has become derailed by its own incompetence.
They inherited the fastest growing economy in the G7. They inherited falling inflation, yet they have lost control. They said they would pay for everything through growth, then killed growth. That is why they derailed their own programme of government, and that is why they should be held to account for it, and why we should pass this motion today, calling out the complete incompetence and the complete failure of this disastrous government.
Now, I'm going to call on Assembly Member Giorgio who's reserved his right to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Assembly Member Cooper should be careful when she talks about leaderships, because if I remember correctly, Wandsworth Labour U-turned on her. They put her in and they took her out pretty quickly, from what I can remember. But I would say, with regard to Assembly Member Hall, as I remind you all, I've always been safer with my mate Susan over here. She stepped down as leader to run for Mayor of London. And the last time I checked, just like their Prime Ministers, never had a woman Prime Minister, like they've never had a woman run for Mayor of London. That says a lot about the Labour Party, but that's by the by. But the motion, as we talk about, is purely about bad governance and how that impacts on Londoners. Two-tier Keir, Rachel Thieves, hide your blushes, Assembly Member Harani, and Calamity Lammy have overseen a myriad, as we've heard from Assembly Member Hall, 15 U-turns already. And I'll pick out some of my favourites. The political turmoil they went through over the two-child benefit cap. They had to row back on that. Income tax hikes, which, as we know, Londoners are higher earners compared to the rest of the country. And that's a positive thing because it means more money in the tax system. And I referred to Assembly Member Roberts, who talked about Dubai. Well, there's a reason why people are going to Dubai. We've lost 12,000 millionaires in London, for which we have to replace every one of those millionaires with 50 average workers. And given unemployment is going up, that is increasingly unlikely. The NI hikes, which has decimated our blue light services, the winter fuel payments, and they all U-turned on the other side, including you, Lord Len, in your tweets. You were anti-cutting winter fuel allowance under previous governments, which we never did. We increased them, but then you did it yourselves, then you wrote back on it. So I would just end on the Island of Strangers one. I love the fact that Labour Assembly members are standing behind a Prime Minister in a metropolitan city saying Island of Strangers. As I remind you, not Enoch Powell, Sir Keir Starmer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Last week, pretty much this time last week, we were all in this chamber and we heard that the Labour group weren't able to support budget amendments relating to the saving of police front counters and ensuring that children get fed properly during school holidays. And the reason why they said that they were unable to support those particular amendments was because of the uncertainty in the economy. They didn't specify where the uncertainty came from. This list here is where the uncertainty came from. This list here is where the uncertainty came from. Now, the Labour group are very keen to blame everything. They take no responsibility for everything. They are Teflon personified. They would like to think back to the coalition. They would like to blame the coalition. But this list is so long, they're going to have to go back even further to find other things to blame it on. They will blame it on the Wall Street crash, the eruption of Krakatoa, the gunpowder plot. They may as well go back to the Norman conquest and say everything has been up, and it's nothing to do with us.
First mass migration.
So what we need to have is a bit of honesty from the Labour group. What we need to have is them coming out and saying, actually, we hold our hands up. We've got things wrong in the last 14 months, or however many months we've had since they were elected. And that's why our motion does say, actually, some of these U-turns were quite good, because they help people that need help the most. Making sure that pensioners get their winter fuel allowances, making sure that children get fed, making sure that you've got children lifted out of poverty by lifting the two-child benefit cap. Some of the U-turns have been for the better, but nevertheless there are U-turns, and this instability is causing problems. And now we have the enormous instability which is being caused by the Prime Minister's decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to the United States of America. If there was one thing on the wish list, Assembly Member Torrell was just mentioning, the one U-turn that we all want to see is finally that the Labour government will accept the need to rejoin the single market and rejoin the customs union, and therefore we can start rebuilding our economy and rebuilding our wealth. Thank you.
you were doing
Assembly. No, we're into. Well, I can take you. I was going to say I couldn't take you, but I will. I take Assembly Member Garrett. No, it's not a favour. You're entitled to be taken. You're entitled to be taken.
The thing that I think is most striking about this, the chaos, the U-turn chaos, is that all of the problems that this Labour government has are problems that it knew about before it came into government and could plan for before it had to deal with them. And if you think back about previous Prime Ministers, Sunak had to deal with the small boats problem was a new problem, the terror attack in Israel and subsequent war. Johnson had a pandemic and the invasion of Ukraine. Cameron, there was a situation in Libya. Blair had the 9/11 attacks. Thatcher had the Falklands Islands. Every Prime Minister has problems, events that crop up that derail whatever they're trying to do. The thing that's derailing this Labour government is themselves constantly tripping over their own shoelaces. Mandelson, entirely self-inflicted. Jury trials, the next U-turn, entirely self-inflicted. The Labour jobs tax, which is pricing people out of work across London and everywhere. And let me remind you, last time I was standing here speaking last week, I said 8 bus routes in my area of London that are being cancelled. Have you noticed a bus route from Enfield to Barnet that's now also being cancelled? I told you it was coming to your part of London. That is spreading because of Labour's jobs tax. All of these problems, all of these U-turns are driven not by events in the world changing, imposing new constraints on the government. It's entirely caused by a bunch of incompetents who came into office thinking that all they had to do was swagger in through the door, and because they were here, superheroes that they are, that would immediately solve all of the nation's problems. It's turned out to be a bit more complicated than that, and it's turned out to be even more complicated still, because they still, what are we now, 18 months into this terrible government, still appear unable to find their own backside with both hands. It can only get worse from here, Chair.
Very good.
So we're now into summing up. I'm going to ask Assembly Member Bakari to begin summing up on our alteration, our amendment.
No need to sum up. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm now going to ask Assembly Member Hall to.
Thank you very much. I am the luckiest leader here, I have to tell you, Lord Len, because my colleagues have said such wonderful things and the things that I would have summed up for. And they absolutely understand the situation here. We have got complete chaos with this government. Assembly Member Bakari clearly didn't understand what I was saying. It isn't whether some of them were good and bad, and some of them were good. Thank goodness they did change their mind. It's the fact that they had to change their mind because they hadn't thought them through properly in the beginning. And that was the point of this motion. It's the point that they send hairs running and then say, oh no, we've made a mistake. Old people were particularly concerned because of the winter fuel. So I've no issue with that, but you have misunderstood where we were coming from. When there are so many U-turns that send people into an absolute tiz and frighten the life out of people, that's what's wrong. Whether they've made the right decision to change their minds or not is not the point. The point is a government, and quite rightfully put, that has had 14 years to come up with some good policies, 14 years to, yes, watch some of the mistakes we made, but 14 years to think, right, we wouldn't do it that way, they've made a mistake, we'll put that policy in. The truth is, Labour have come in with no policies whatsoever. Somebody tells them something will be a good idea, so they put it out there. Real people come and say, what the hell are you doing? So they retract it. And that was the point of this. It wasn't to say whether they were right or wrong. It was to say it's utter chaos. And any of us who've run businesses, let me tell you, the thing you must have is some form of certainty. And when you haven't got certainty, chaos ensues. And that's what we've got. I do hope that my colleagues can support this motion.
Can you just clarify, are you accepting the amendment?
No, absolutely not, because they didn't understand the reason for the motion in the first place.
Okay, all right, I think we got that.
They did.
Okay, those in favour of the amendment, please show.
That is two votes in favour, Chair.
Okay. Those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you voting, Chair? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 against, Chair. That falls.
Okay, we're going to the substantive motion. Those in favour, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 votes in favour, Chair.
Those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes against, Chair. That is carried.
Okay. Let's move to the next motion. The importance of TfL advertising on the estate. This is an altered version. Sorry, just before I go, I need to say this. I've been advised to say this, and I think it's wise that we say this. In the last debate we've just had, which was very passionate, I must say I enjoyed watching it in that sense going on. It's important that we should not use assembly meetings to try and directly encourage voting either way in local elections or any other. It is concerning use of resources. I think there is a marker that we need to lay down and there's a discipline we need to learn. There are other ways to persuade people in terms of our various views around the table. So I've got to do that. I've done it. I'm now going to move on to the next motion. The importance of TfL on the advertising estate. Assembly Best is going to move an altered version, and I'm going to ask her to move it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure that this promises to rouse as much passion, but hopefully not as much a critical message for local elections. So perhaps we may avoid that, Chair, on use of resources. Being on the Health Committee since 2021 has been a true highlight of being on this Assembly. Being able to work cross-party with peers on issues where we often shine a light on some of the most vulnerable groups in London and on some of the issues that are rarely discussed or hitting any headlines. One of the main ways in which we found we're able to reach recommendations and in ways the third sector and experts have shown us we would be able to reach people is through the huge TfL network. Now, we've put many recommendations in our reports. One of my favourite, though, is on HIV and ending HIV, because we've put in a recommendation to do HIT advertising, testing advertising, which we know could be targeted in the boroughs where we really, really need to hit those populations that we could know would benefit from it. Unfortunately, these recommendations have often been met with a confused response from the Mayor and TfL. For example, one response told us there are no provisions in TfL's advertising arrangements that allow City Hall direct use of advertising space. The Mayor has said that this is something TfL deal with and their media partners and not something I have power to direct. Now, at the last Health Committee, we established between both the GLA and TfL the different types of advertising space on the network. We obviously have the commercial space and we don't intend to touch that because we know that we need that. That is important to raise the revenue that TfL needs. But there is non-revenue space that is used by both TfL and with an allocation to City Hall. We established that this is space that we could use. This is space that if City Hall comes together, if the Assembly comes together, we could direct and we could make a change for Londoners. Now, this is tailored around the Health Committee where we've been working very closely, but I think there's a future here for the Transport Committee, for example, to look at the key messages that they may want to help push for recommendations in their reports. And I think this is a real opportunity where we've found a way that we can actually make a change as the Assembly, where we can actually have meaningful outcomes. And I really hope we can support this because this is an exciting new prospect for all of us as Assembly members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Boff to second.
No, it's Caroline.
Sorry. Oh, apologies. Apologies. They've been altered. Sorry, Assembly Member Russell. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assembly Member Best, for asking me to second this really important motion. I have been privileged to rejoin the Health Committee this year. It is a wonderful, proactive committee with some of the best, most positive cross-party working that I've experienced in my almost 10 years on the Assembly. In March 24, under Chair Assembly Member Hirani, the committee published a report on gambling-related harms in London. There were 3 recommendations about which mentioned advertising, but in particular recommendation 8 directly asked the Mayor to provide advertising space to pilot public health awareness messaging relating to gambling harms. Now, this isn't a standalone request to the Mayor. They've all been batted back. March 24, the committee published Healthy Living for All, asking the Mayor to launch a publicity campaign to raise awareness of Healthy Start. And in 2019, the whole Assembly unanimously agreed a motion that calls for the Mayor to design and deliver an awareness campaign to tackle the stigma associated with experiencing loneliness. I'd like to see a wider overhaul of the whole use of the TfL advertising space and the implementation of an ethical policy on what's permitted to be splashed all over our public realm. I'd personally prefer to see adverts for support available to expectant parents through the Healthy Start programme than another advert for fast fashion, or space pointing to help with gambling addiction rather than advertising deodorant. Now, the Health Committee has asked for both of those, and we bring thoughtful, helpful interventions drawn from our work scrutinising policy gaps and successes in London. Now, last week, we saw the Assembly at its best, cross-party, pushing TfL to admit there was nothing stopping recommendations from the Assembly being placed on the TfL network. We know the Mayor can't keep brushing off our recommendations, so I hope you will all support this motion.
Thank you very much. It's now open for debate. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Assembly Member Best for proposing this motion. I think we can all agree that non-commercial allocation for TfL advertising space is a valuable opportunity to share important public health messaging. I myself have been somebody who's been pushing the Mayor of London on public awareness campaigns. I first started with the wood burning issue. Then I asked him also about lithium-ion batteries. The London Fire Brigade then did initiate the Charge Safe campaign. Wouldn't it have been amazing to have that Charge Safe campaign on our TfL sites as well? And I have been asking for that to be the case anyway, because I just think this is such an important piece of work. It doesn't have to be just for the Health Committee. This can be for every committee. All the things that we do together, cross-party, when we're working together out pushing the Mayor to do public awareness work, this is our opportunity to hear our voice. So I'm really pleased that there has been some slight changes to the motion where it says that it's going to be informed by experts and the third sector. I think that's a really important element, because it shouldn't just be down to the politicians. It should be people that are really the experts in the field that are promoting these public awareness campaigns. Really pleased to see this. Thank you very much. And let's see if we can get that power back here in the London Assembly.
Assembly Member Irani.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Assembly Member Best for altering the motion as well, because in the way it was originally tabled, there's no way the Labour Group could have supported it, especially, I think, the point really about unanimous support of the Assembly, because I think within this debate as well, on motions in general, we've already heard about some anti-lockdown sentiments as well, but there are former Assembly members that were anti-vax, for example, so I think that advertising and making and taking into account the issues around health experts and what NHS partners are trying to push in terms of some instant messages, but that might need to come on the tube network, such as a measles outbreak or any particular outbreak in any disease, is very helpful to give that space for that to happen as well. But I'm glad it's been altered, and it's been altered in a way that the Labour Group can support. And we look forward to working with all parties on the Assembly and continuing that work really to push more of the TfL estate. And I will add also on the amendment of opportunities, because I think that opens up more avenues. So it could be looking at more additional space that TfL could provide for additional advertising, looking at tannoy announcements or other possibilities where actually more positive public health messages can be pushed on our network. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. By way of olive branch to the Labour group, I suppose, I do entirely agree with Assembly Member Harani about this idea that any message could be vetoed by one member of the Assembly. So I had grave misgivings about the unanimity aspect of the original motion. But I'm happy to support this altered motion, mainly because travelling around, one might see on the various TfL estate messages from the Mayor of London saying about how all the marvellous things he's doing. He's giving free school meals for kids. Great stuff. I mean, I'm happy with free school meals for kids. But it's no call for action. And it's what used to be termed as propaganda on the rates. Yeah. And that's precious advertising space. That's precious messaging space that could actually be used for good. It could be used for public health messaging. It could be used for all manner of things. It could be used for safe charging schemes, as Assemblymember Bakari said. So trying to find a way to make sure that that space is... I mean, the Mayor will still do his messaging. The Mayor will still do that. There's no question about that. But trying to find alternative ways in which that can be used as a genuine public benefit, as well as just being a mouthpiece for the Mayor's policies, I think is something we should all be supporting with this motion. And I thank the Conservatives and the Greens for seconding it. Thank you.
Assemblymember Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, to say that I welcome the motion and commend the work of Assemblymember Best and other colleagues on the Health Committee for their persistence on this issue. I know it's been something been chipping away at for a very, very long time, and I think it's great that it's now come to the floor of the wider Assembly. Hopefully this is a really good opportunity to show how the scrutiny process can work at its best through the committee and now here in the wider chamber. I think it's a good idea to use that non-commercial space for genuine public awareness, and let's face it, anything that reduces the space for the Mayor's own self-aggrandisement and propaganda has got to be a good thing.
Yeah. Okay, we're now moving to sum up, I think. Let's move to Assemblymember Best.
Thank you. It's a slight rewriting of history from the Labour group of their issues with this motion, which they did attempt to water down significantly to get the Mayor out of any action and make sure the ball stayed firmly in his court. But I do welcome the late allegiance to the motion and late allegiance to cross-party unity. I can't complain too much about that. But I do want to revisit why this is so important, because the Mayor told us that this was nothing to do with him. We have asked again and again and again since I've been on the Assembly about that advertising space, and the response from the Mayor has consistently been nothing to do with me, Gov. This is the TfL issue, it's media partners, it's nothing to do with me. And we now know that is a complete fallacy and that there is a way that the Mayor affects this. The Mayor does have that space. And this is really important because now, when we make those recommendations, he has to give us a reason why he's not going to do that. So, for example, if a campaign can't be done because StreetLink is being advertised during winter, well, that is a sensible suggestion. That makes sense to me. However, if we are talking about important cross-party recommendations on public health messaging and the Mayor tells us that we are better off with messages about ULEZ is working with no call to action, no information, then we know that that is the Mayor using it as a propaganda machine, not as a way in which to inform the public on things that could actually benefit them. And it's not just the Mayor, it's TfL. When TfL get into this as well, and you look at a media message from TfL which simply says, feel the wind in your hair with a picture of someone riding a bike. That doesn't tell you where the highways are, where the cycle paths are. That doesn't tell you where to rent a Boris bike. It is simply political propaganda. And we now know where the accountability lies and we can now affect it. So I'm thankful for everybody's support on that.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the vote. Those in favour, please show.
That is unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're now moving on to urgent motion. Now, I've got to say, in terms of an urgent motion, there was some discussion between me and the Secretariat. I don't wish to frustrate business. The ruling was a recent ruling and it is topical, and I think it's appropriate that we have this debate. We've got a number of amendments through it, so we'll move through with the mover of the motion and maybe some views on those amendments as well. Okay, so can I ask Assembly Member Prince to move?
Sorry, Chair. I think I have to make the case for making an urgent motion first.
Sorry, you do. You do.
But, I mean, if you're happy to not make me,
rewriting the rules, rewriting the rules. Can you please? Sorry.
Well, if the Assembly are minded to approve it, I don't need to speak.
Agreed. There we go. There we go. The floor is yours to move.
Well, I'll do my next speech sitting down if it's that successful. First of all, thank you, Chair, for allowing this urgent motion. I appreciate that very much. Could I say that this is not about politics, it's not playing politics. So in that spirit, I am very happy to accept the two amendments as alterations to the motion, if the Assembly are happy with that. I don't know what we have to do at this point. Do we have to go on with that one? Or do
They'll have to be moved, but you...
Yeah, I'll carry on regardless.
Yeah.
Indeed. So the situation we have here is terrible. We have a bus driver who saw somebody's been mugged and they lost their necklace. He chased after the person, and at some point there was an altercation, and the bus driver struck the person who stole the goods. But the outcome is not what one would have expected, because, you know, where I come from in Romford, we would have gone, well done, mate, give him one for us. But apparently, under the rules that the bus company, Metroline, have, the bus driver in some way was at fault. He went to an employment tribunal and he was actually dismissed. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how we have a society that has changed so much that someone who's defending somebody else, defending himself, ends up being dismissed from his job. I think that is abhorrent. So I'm asking the Assembly here today to support my motion, which calls for certain actions, and now it calls for even more actions because other parties have added what they would like to happen. And I look to the Assembly to show our support for this hero, in my opinion, and not just my opinion. Other members have said this man is a hero, and I think we should support him. We should show that we disagree with the decision that was made by Metroline. I think we should ask the Mayor to show his support for this brave individual, and I think that it's incumbent upon us to let people know that if you're standing up for your rights or standing up for other people's rights, we will stand behind them. I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to formally second, or do you want to go into your little speech?
Second and reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's get on to these amendments, get them on the table. Assembly Member O'Reilly to move.
Chair, just point, Rebecca, I don't know if you're plugged in on this. I'm accepting them as
you are accepting them, but they have to be moved to put on to be part of the motion. So they have to be moved and seconded formally. Or they can be formally. Well, people have a right to speak, but maybe Kripesh will get the reading of the room.
No, thank you. And I really appreciate it being, the Labour amendment being accepted, and as part of your original amendment. And the Labour group, we recognise there's been considerable interest in this case. Obviously, the 206 bus route runs through Brent, which is why I've been also looking at the reports of this very closely. And, sometimes when you look at actions and what's happened, this does feel wrong, and it's right that it's reviewed and the actions have been are looked at properly. I understand, obviously, a tribunal process went ahead and has concluded, and even at the end of that, we are where we are. So it's right to review, maybe if the rules are wrong in the first place, and make sure that we do actually recognise that there's a feeling on the Assembly generally looking at the events that's happened that something isn't quite right and needs to be looked at. So I welcome you tabling this motion in the way that you have, and also accepting the amendments that have come through. Thank you.
Assembly Member Cooper to second.
Yeah, very briefly, and I'm going to say this now because I don't want to make a long speech, but thank you very much for accepting that the amendment could form part of the motion. One of the bits that we wanted included, which you've agreed to, was to say that the investigation's findings should be shared with the Assembly. I think, you know, it's a matter of huge public shock as well as interest, actually, to see what has happened to this bus driver. And obviously, you know, as it's in Assembly Member Hirani's backyard, he's been taking a very, very close interest in this. But I know that we all have, and I'm grateful that you included that particular section. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hall to move her.
Thank you. Well, yes, I move, and I'm glad that you're accepting all of it, Keith. But I really want to pay tribute to the Conservative MP, Dr. Kieran Mullen. He started the petition in the first place. He contacted me on Thursday and said, would I help with the social media? And we're now up to 136,000 signatures, which is fantastic, which is why it's gone so wide, that people are learning about it. And it's wonderful that we end today, it looks like mainly in agreement, because I'd helped with the social media. Kieran actually invited me to Parliament to meet Mark here, who's a very humble gentleman. It was a pleasure for me to meet him and to see Dr. Mullins actually discuss this in Parliament. And I have to say, and I think this must be the first, probably the last time I say it, but David Lammy absolutely was in agreement with him. He wanted to, and this is why we put this amendment in, because speaking on Tuesday's debate, Dr. Kieran Mullen pledged to introduce the Good Samaritan law to prevent repeat of cases like this. And David Lammy was in agreement. He actually said that Mr. Heher was a hero and that he was following Mr. Heher's case closely. So I think we're all in agreement with this. It's good that we can put all these motions together. The man is a hero, and, you know, it's about time more people went out there and thought, something wrong's going on here, I'm going to actually get involved. Yeah. Because there aren't enough police officers around. And even if there were, you know, double the amount of police officers, they can't be everywhere. Sometimes we have to take responsibility for things that we see that are wrong. And so thank you for bringing the motion, Keith. I think it's a good motion, and I think it's been made better by the additions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Turrell to second.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Assembly Member Prince for bringing this motion in the first place. There are 2 points I want to talk to on this motion, and that's firstly, at the heart of this situation is what kind of community do we want across London? Do we want a community where people are encouraged to turn and look the other way when a crime is committed, or do we want a community that looks out for one another? In this situation, we have someone who saw a crime being committed and put themselves at risk to protect someone they didn't even know. The police investigated this and found he did no wrong. So how on earth did Metroline then find something wrong when the police did not? It is true that this man needs to be praised, not condemned, and especially not losing his own livelihood for helping another Londoner in distress. And that's why our amendment, we're pleased that Reform have accepted, talks about making sure that this is protected in the law, so that looking out for one another is protected in the law, where you are praised and not punished.
Okay, so we're looking at bringing speakers in that are reserved if no one else wishes to participate. So I'm looking to Alex, Assembly Member Wilson. Do you wish to say a few words?
Just very, very briefly. I think colleagues have covered the issues to a great degree, and so we all know what's at stake here. And it is about sending a message that the kind of behaviour we want to happen in London and how people can respond and react to that will be supported and not punished. And I welcome the amendments to make the motion even better than it already was. Welcome this, hopefully, outbreak of consensus. And I won't say anything else because normally when I do that, it risks upsetting the consensus. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I've just seen additional Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't intend to prolong this evermore because I know people can see the end. But I think it's really important, after what we heard from Assembly Member Garbett, to take note of the fact that the Greens have nothing to say about this. After they were so willing to stand up and protect the violence that occurred to a police officer, the broken spine a police officer endured, they have nothing to say now because they don't mind about crime. We've had it already in this chamber where they didn't want to support a motion on shop workers being attacked. And now we see it again. And actually, I think where there is common decency amongst all of us, this is where I'm always shocked by the Greens. I'm always shocked that they are willing to see crime go forward. Nothing to say. Nothing to say, though. You were so impassioned before, and yet you have nothing to say now.
Do you wish to contribute to the debate?
Oh. Yeah, I am just going to stand up just to make a point of personal explanation here. We are not prolonging the debate. We support the motion. We're going to vote for it. And really, it would be decent if people could do us the courtesy of waiting to see how we actually vote before making assumptions.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, I'm looking to the movers of the amendments. You don't need to respond if that's an encouragement not to. And then I'm going to move to, can I, indications? No? No. Okay, thank you for that wise move. Let's move to the proposer of the motion for any final words that he wishes to say.
Well, my old dad, long past, always said to me, "Son, quit while you're ahead." So, I just want to pick up one point though that Susan made. Assembly Member Hall, my good friend Susan. I think it is a very good alteration regarding the Samaritan's Law that does exist at the moment. If you are giving aid to someone when they're injured and maybe you accidentally crack the rib, you are protected by the law from being prosecuted. So I think there is something in that, and I'd like to see that move forward. I'm not going to say anything else. I think I'm very delighted that we are all coming together on this very important motion.
Okay. Can I see all those in favour, please show?
And just to confirm, this is the motion as now altered because both of those amendments have been incorporated. Thank you. We have votes in favour. Is that unanimous, members? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, big deep breath. We're moving to item 8. Mayoral commitments. Could I ask the committee to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held between November 2025 and January 2026? Item 9, date of the next meeting. The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be on Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 26th of February 2026 in the Chamber at City Hall. This meeting will be principally used to ask questions on and formally consider the Mayor's final draft consolidated budget of 2026/27. On item 10, any other business? There is none. We have no... that's it. I can now declare this meeting as an end. Thank you.